Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your VCT China Ascension broadcast, brought to you by Project Horizon. My name is Veggie, and joining me as always is the peak of Christmas time. It's Snow. How are you doing, my friend?
Well, actually, I'm happy because for once your intro paints me in a good light for once, and it doesn't always just connect me to you. You connect me to a nice part of the year, but I'm doing very well. I'm excited to see some Valorant. I haven't watched a bit of Valorant with you in a long time, Veggie, so how have you been?
I've been good, I've been good. I've been chilling, been living life. I've also not been seeing too much of Valorant, so I'm excited to see kind of what this region has to offer. We've got some familiar teams, some not so familiar teams coming up there, but we'll get all into that because you know what else comes with your name, Snow? Obviously, I said peak of Christmas. What comes with Christmas is gifts, and you are bringing us a gift today with this best of 5. It's any questions taking on DRG, and Snow, DRG were left with a lot of questions from that upper bracket semi-final that they got knocked down at 2-0 from this team into here, and then obviously they're trying to find their way back to reclaim that place in the Champions Tour, but it's a big ask that they're going to have to get through today.
And the big question for, I think, everybody who's going to be watching this match is, what is going on with Vucashu? The first series that these two teams had against each other, they played on Ascent, and Vucashu got shut down. I think 5 kills. I don't think I've ever watched a game where Vucashu has not got double digits. And you look at some of these highlights and it just looked like Any Questions was firing on all cylinders. They were so confident, winning every gunfight. And when you play against a team like DRG, who relies on winning some of these opening duels, and you just shut them down constantly, it just really got into the minds of this DRG squad.
Yeah, and I think one of the key points you pop up there is confidence, and I think it fully relates to both teams, right? If you look at how Any Questions fared up against Red Atom yesterday, it wasn't nice, right? I thought I was going to have to stamp a mature rating on the stream when I was watching some points of it. It was a little bit disappointing from what we were expecting, given that previous performance against DRG, but so when you mention confidence, I want to see that confidence come back into Any Questions as well, so that they have a good chance in this matchup. Because like you say, if Vucashu is getting to that point like we have seen since that lower bracket run, then this team could be in a world of problems.
I definitely believe so, and I think it's definitely done harm to them, the fact that DRG obviously had to come back from champs where they've been practicing with a different player because Vucashu couldn't go, so then now they've had to kind of reinstate all those things that they thought about before because they had to change everything up, bringing in a new player, and it looks like that it hasn't fully gelled back to the old ways yet, because we know DRG, we know that they are a very, very good squad, and the fact that Any Questions is causing them so many problems is a big question mark in and of itself.
Yeah, I wonder how many times we're going to relate to the name today. It can never be good. But the thing that comes to my mind, right, is will this be one of the biggest upsets in general Valorant history for a team that was at champs to fall down into Ascension the next year? And then potentially fail to qualify, right? I mean, if you were looking at this team coming down into Ascension, you'd probably have them making that run throughout the upper bracket. And I'd imagine most people would have had Red Atom meeting them in the grand finals, given the history over the last 2 years. But you just have to feel sorry for this DRG team. And if they had a knock of pride coming into here going, like, what else did we have to do, man? Like, apart from winning champions in its own, like, come on. Like, it just feels so heartbreaking.
I think, in all honesty, Vucashu is going to be on a different level today. I think a historically bad performance from Vucashu in that first series, and DRG is a team that relies on these consistent performances from Vucashu, relies on saying, we're going to stack 4 on a site, Vucashu, you just pull some magic off on the other end of the map, and that wasn't happening for DRG in this first matchup. GRQ and Danny did a great job shutting Vucashu down, winning a lot of these opening fights that perhaps they shouldn't have done, and I feel like coming into this series, the fire under Vucashu is going to be lit, and we are going to see a completely different player.
Yeah, I think that has to be the key point, right? We mentioned that the previous matchup between these two sides was 2-0 in the favour of Any Questions. But I mean, there were close games. It was not stomps. It was 12-14 in the first map on Ascent, and in the second map a 13-11 on Lotus. So all that really needs is that one player to pick up an extra few rounds to really swing the tides back in their favour. But to shine a little bit of light on any questions, to play the kind of devil's advocate of how this region has grown, is, and even it does come back to DRG in that aspect, is that we've seen 2 teams ascend from VCT CN, make it into Champions, and now you're seeing Any Questions facing off against a team that was just in Champions, having beat them before, and looking to redo it again. I think that just stands the test of time on this point, that this region is set to grow and grow and grow, and it's really showing why.
And I think you talk about Any Questions and the caliber of that team as well. You look at the Ascension tournament as a whole, the only team they've lost to is Rare Atom. I mean, admittedly, they've lost it twice, so grand finals would be a third-time lucky situation for them, but they are a very good team. They are dominating Ascension. It's Rare Atom and them just kind of behind each other, just tit for tat. I say tit for tat, but Rare Atom's kind of winning that matchup. But for DRG, it's not anymore looking like it is just an easy run to finals for them. It is going to be a hard fought battle, and they are going to have to bring something new to the table today.
Yeah, and I think you point out Rare Atom, they're sitting there waiting for this result into tomorrow to see who they're going to be taking on in that grand final, knowing the history that has left them behind. 2 attempts previous to ascend, 2 failures coming in second. You know what they say about second? It's the first loser, and Rare Atom will be wanting to avoid that stipulation tomorrow as well. But for DRG and Any Questions, they can't afford to be worried about tomorrow, right? They have to worry about the right here, right now. They need to be focused on the present and delivering that gift to their team of getting into tomorrow's matchup.
And it's going to be a difficult task in and of itself. I feel like part of it is going to come down to the pick ban of these maps and what we kind of find ourselves going towards. Are we looking at a repeat where Ascent and Lotus are going to come up? You know, obviously it's a best of 5 rather than a best of 3. It gives those opportunities for DRG, if they have that slower start, to pick up the pace and maybe look towards a reverse sweep. But they would be hoping to avoid that and start off strong here today. Yeah,
I think though that DRG are one of these teams that, having been in that champion circle, they're going to be well versed to the anti-strat to the highest level, right? I feel like you probably had an expectation that it was going to be Any Questions that you were going to meet down in this bracket, at least once you kind of sort of seen the rest of the bracket come together. So looking at the last maps that you did play against them, you would have wanted to fix all the errors, kind of addressing all the problems, and also looking at that matchup yesterday between Any Questions and Rare Atom. A 13-3 on Sunset was for Rare Atom, and Any Questions, it looked like they just hadn't picked up the controllers and started to play the game like in the nicest way possible. And I think DRG need to try and make that happen, and if they can get off to a storm and run, it's going to make things a little bit uncomfortable for this Any Questions teams. We spoke in the green room about how Any Questions love to get up on the desk, love to hype everything up, and I think for DRG, the more they can limit that for this Any Questions side, turns things in their favour, at least a percentage wise.
I mean, we've always seen that how mentality can just affect teams as a whole. I think people talk about, you know, obviously this last best of 5 that just happened in the finals of champs. You know, Fnatic, they're a team that is very emotional. It got to that game 5. They weren't as emotional anymore. And you kind of see teams crumble in some of these longer series where they do start to struggle when that fatigue hits a bit more. And maybe Any Questions isn't quite ready for that. They've been playing more best of 3s. We know Rare Atom is used to having those finals runs where they have to go through those grueling best of 5s, so it is very much an experience difference, and it's the question of, will the new blood come out on top, or is it the veterans that will really shine through?
That's one question that we will be looking forward to answering as this intro pops off. The teams get ready, the hype starts to raise. Your lower bracket final is only moments away.
And what a way to start it. The walkouts, the music, the vibes, the different coloured hair. I look like we're looking at an anime intro out here as DRG comes out, and they are going to need an anime arc if they want to find themselves back in VCT. They've been put down to the lower bracket. They've gone through the training arc now, and this is the time where they have to see themselves prosper.
Yeah, set the stage. The time is now. Can they do it? Can they find their way back? Will there be one team ready to stop that happening? And it is Any Questions who will be bringing the question marks today set the exclamation marks as well once the defeat is in their hands as they walk down these stairs ready to put themselves in the best position to get into that grand final tomorrow.
And I think when we talk about any questions, one player I really do want to highlight is a player that we have known for a long time. It's Simon, formerly of EDG, and what I want to kind of highlight is Simon's flexibility in the agent pool. Beforehand, when Simon was on EDG, it was breach one trick. That's all you're going to play. You play breach every game, you learn how to play that agent well. We're seeing now that any questions are running no initiator comps where Simon has to pivot over to that Omen role, where has to play a few different agents, and is really shining on those and showing that their utility usage isn't just limited to one agent.
Yeah, 100%. I think even not just the versatility, but the wealth of experience that Simon brings with right into this squad of maybe lesser experience, not knowing what to happen. But Simon is well versed on that big stage, right? Knows what these pressure moments are like, knows how to stand tall throughout them and stand up to victory. And that's something that they are going to have to rely on here, right? You know what it's like when you're no longer the underdog. The pressure gets turned up a little bit because people start to have the expectation of you. And I feel like that's starting to go into that way of any questions.
And that's an interesting fact, actually. In terms of this matchup, Veggie, who do you feel is the underdog? Who is favoured in this matchup in the eyes of the viewer?
I feel like it's always going to be DRG, just based off the background from champs, the historical, like the runs that they've been on. Obviously, being the team that ascended into China to start with, and then been there for a couple of years, have to come back down. But I don't know. I just think you look at it and you see that Any Questions took that first set up 2-0. I think it's almost as balanced as it could be.
Definitely a way to think about it. You know, you've got DRG on the one hand that you said have been through Ascension before, have made their way to champs, have been and played on the biggest stages. But on the other hand, Any Questions won that first matchup between them. And while yes, it was a close matchup, it really shows your mettle when you get to these overtime rounds and you're able to clutch them out at the end. And Any Questions in that first matchup were just able to push themselves over the line. But DRG are going to come back as a different beast.
Yeah, and I think part of that is going to come from the experience of this team being together for so long that the map pool is what you're going to expect to be a lot stronger, right? And you see that right off the bat. DRG picking into Sunset, the map that Rare Atom decimated Any Questions on yesterday. We get to see how Any Questions can bounce back, but DRG have played this map before. They have history on it. We know they can play it competently, at least. We see what comes through as this first map really will kind of set the tone for how this series is going to play out.
And one of the main things to look at as well, Sunset, great Cypher map. Cypher pretty much been a staple sentinel on this map for a while. And who is a great Cypher player? VUKASHU.
Cashew the monster, and as expected picks that one up. Neon Fade, Yoru and Flexing on the Omen to finish off the DRG side. Over on Any Questions, the Cyphers there, but they've picked up the KO, Sovat, Neon and Omen as well. So both sticking with that single controller, opting to go into Neon for that faster play. But the difference is that double duelist on DRG.
Yeah, they gave Simon a chance on the double duelists when they played against Rare Atom, and they were like, no, Simon, go back to your bread and butter, go back to what you know, start throwing flashes for the team. Which is funny considering I was just talking about his flexibility.
Sometimes you just can't hit that yoga move that you need to, and that's fine. You don't be judged for that. You just go back into what you know, back to the rest of the positions. But as this one gets ready to set off, ladies and gentlemen, your VCT CN lower bracket final is moments away from kicking off. Finding out who will be that team to get themselves into that grand final tomorrow. Well, first of all, they need to get through this matchup, and I am excited to see how this one plays out.
You're not the only one. The viewers anticipating this, ready in their seats. They want to know who's facing off against Rare Atom. Is it going to be a DRG making that lower bracket run, proving that they are deserving of a chance of redemption? Or Any Questions trying to bring a new team to VCT? It will either be them or Rare Atom if they win this matchup. But heading into this pistol round, it is all that matters as DRG just pushes the pace and sprints towards this ace site.
Pushing the tempo up, but Any Questions happy to play it slow, kind of get that information that need to play from the back alley and hit into that retake. 4 players coming from behind in this first tripwire that will be hit. Will give a little bit of information, but look how far DRG are wanting to push off a site. They're just taking it back, not aggressing too much, but they need to deal with this first contact.
4 players creeping behind them, and they should have some kind of an idea. They've seen nobody and they've pushed so far up. Danny takes this first opening fight and loses it, and off the back of that, it's everybody coming forward. It's a perfect flash. It hits everybody on sight, and Simon has done their due diligence, as now it is just left for the rest of the team to clean up. Ackerman tries to run forwards, tries to redeem the round, but FFS secures this pistol round for any questions.
Yeah, the first test has been passed. 1-0 comes in, and I like the idea from DRG there, right? He felt like taking the space at the back was the right thing to do, given the information that clearly there was no one else there, so it had to be a flank from any questions coming in, but they just didn't react to it fast enough. They had to deal with Danny and took too much time, and by the time they eventually get that kill through, the rest of any questions are there and causing chaos on site.
It now means that any questions, if they can start to snowball this, can start to view themselves in a very good light, as that Outlaw's going to be picked up, couple Bulldogs, couple Spectres on the side, but VCT looking to challenge it. Big risk right here, and the question is, will it pay off?
First peek is going to pay off for Yuzhum. That's the smoke down on Flexing. Will be any ninja plays to come through with that Omen, but how did DRG adapt to it? They're going to try and get the orb and just back off. You can see VCT sitting in mid trying to get any peaks, but the ping's coming out, alerting that that could be a possibility. They do not want to fall in. They do not want to let any guns fall to the ground at this moment in time.
And they still don't know that VCT has this Outlaw. That could be the big pivot point. If VCT can just find an angle to find a pick, we see no full armors on the side of any questions, and it could just be around Turner if VCT can find a fight.
It could be, but any questions are here so early. They have 3 members ready to wait this first fight through, and a Spectre isn't doing the damage that it wants to. It's a great stun, but FFS is here to back them up. There comes the Outlaw, collecting it first, but GRQ and Yuzhong collected at the end. A fast 3k, stands themselves up. High fives all round. Easy problem solved, done.
Lovely couple of shots right there, and this has got me excited. This has got me pumped up for what the rest of the series is going to be like. But I feel like the difficulty there is DRG very much had a plan of VCT's going to cook, going to try find a pick with this Outlaw, and then they'll play the round based off that. But VCT just couldn't find that fight.
Yeah, not 100%. I think also it comes down to the fact that Flexing was the first one to fall down there, right? When you look at that hit over onto A site, the kills come in from an angle that you would expect to be smoked off, and not having the ability to do that. Oh my god, VCT
doesn't even need a rifle. Sacrificed the rifle to pick up the Outlaw last round. Just says a sheriff is enough.
Yep, fair play. Fair enough.
Members creeping towards this B site now. There's a big hole towards mid for any questions, and it means that they are sacrificing the site, but they are going to have knowledge of this play taking place. The smoke has been used, flash to follow as well. Ackerman's going to lead the charge, but not really had to sacrifice much in terms of utility, and they've gained the site for free.
Yeah, any questions wanting to play into that retake once again, allowing the space, but not too much, kept them in this chokehold on site. They know where this team has to be. It's either going to be in main or on site, and as the smoke dissipates, GRQ gets that first kill with the Outlaw into Spirits. And now you kind of have a gun further up, and as Danny takes that next fight, the hold kind of starts to collapse.
And collapsing one at a time. DRG is taken out, and on the bonus round for any questions, they've managed to convert it, and this is a dire situation for DRG.
I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see an early timeout coming through. Any questions already getting as many rounds as they did yesterday on this map. And it's only 3 in. They're set with a 100% record. And it's not the response that DRG wanted to coming into this matchup, right? They wanted to make a statement that they are the superior team, that the upper bracket semi was just a one-off, that they can clearly do better and turn that tight matchup around. But at this moment in time, this defensive side, for any questions, seems to be the ones ticking all the boxes.
Cracks in DRG starting to show, and DRQ trying to take advantage of that, but it's just ultimates flying back and forth. DRG has managed to find that first pick against GRQ. They've got a rifle onto the raid boss of Vukashu, who we are expecting to do big things if DRG are to win this matchup.
The first time he's had a rifle in this matchup. It's going to be some spam that does take Simon down to that 1 HP. The molly prepared to try and just slow things down, but his Spirit's following it up. Simon does pick up a double kill, but has to take the life for it as well. Vukashu using that cage to make some space. Will push out. It's a double swing, but the outlaw is good for one.
And Nick, alone, on site, only has a sheriff in hand, but finds the shot they need. Yujun with a shorty in hand, waiting, lying in wait to see if they can find a kill. The dash through onto site won't be enough. And the sheriff shot to the dome will give DRG just a little bit of hope.
Yeah, the shorty went to the floor that time and couldn't find anything more. The sheriff in this town reigns supreme. And DRG find an answer, maybe a little bit unexpected in the form, but it's what they needed to kickstart their run back off. Can't afford that gap to get any bigger. Puts themselves back into the situation where they have full rifles. They have another chance, and it's going to be a straight up hit into B here.
Say a straight up hit. Any questions seems to get the same read as you do, as there's 3 people watching towards main. They've given up mid, and it's at the cost of Yujun's life. The flashes were good, but the execution was not. And 1-for-1 trade in that position means that now DRG's in a weird spot. Do they commit? Do they back off? The numbers are even. You should say it suits the attack side, but they just keep wanting to go aggressive. Vukashu trying to be the savior, and an ultimate invested pushes FFS away, and the site will be gained, but it is a weird round to play off.
Ooh. The reveal did give that one position. The peak from Vukashu turns this into a 2v1, and FFS has a lot to do. Tries to use that shock dart to create a little bit of space to back up, but Vukashu being so wise, playing this off the crossfire from their teammate Nick, who's still on site. FFS has one shock dart, has the recon coming up any minute, but with time so far away, you have to face into this crossfire. You walk with your back turns and it doesn't matter. Vukashu is there, the player that we asked to stand up and be counted in this tournament so far, gets the 3k and secures another round for DRG.
But my only worry is we are seeing the cracks in this DRG playstyle. They are very individualistic. They're relying a lot on Vukashu to win some of these clutches, and while historically it's worked out, you can see that often these DRG players are sprinting onto site alone, not looking to trade off of each other, and it's going to be difficult against a team like Any Questions, who really seem to be playing well together.
Yeah, they like to play as a team, don't take any individual fights. I mean, sometimes you do see it coming through, but majority of the time it's playing together off this util. Simon's flashes have been exquisite so far, setting their neon up in Yuzhong for success, but just hasn't been able to fully convert that in. So another challenge for DRG as they look to make their way up into mid. Start to place this order as they head through into the market. They see the neon ult pops through, and it's going to be a stun battle off here as everything in the kitchen sink is thrown at it, but it's Spirits who comes out on top.
Somehow managing to defend market. They're an attacker, they're defending now, but the spike is down in mid. It's an absolute calamity for DRG. Spirits has had to teleport back to reclaim that one, but Simon just won't stop, just keeps finding picks, and it's given GRQ a chance, but that chance will swiftly be ripped from their hands.
It's the ghost, the Spirits has risen up here, wanted that round in their own hand, wanted to bring this one back to 3-all, and that he did. A 4k to seal that one off. I mean, that was just chaos personified, right? There was absolutely nothing else that you could mention going on there. The fight in mid was like the famous battles around the world having taken place. Who knew who was coming out on top?
What a time to be alive. We are witnessing greatness between these two teams, and I mean, it's a little bit of chaos. DRG thriving in that chaos so far, forcing a timeout, and any questions needs to stabilize. And I feel like the difference has been that those 3 rounds that they won were very much them relying on giving the site up and playing for retake. And now that they've been trying to pressure a little bit earlier on in the round, that has really been when they've struggled.
Yeah, you could be saying that they're going to be asking any questions in the timeout, huh?
Behave yourself. Come on. We've got a whole series of this. You can't be
disappointed
starting
in
this
myself.
early on. We've got literally potentially 5 maps, and the viewers will not be able to stay here if you are doing this already on map 1.
Apologies. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah, that's the worst part for me, is that knowing that you're doing this already, and the next maps are going to be even worse than this.
But no, in a serious note, look, any questions, get themselves up to that 3-0 lead. They've now lost it. They need to make sure that they can start to get some more. They don't want to collapse like yesterday again. They need to make sure that they can apply the pressure. This round, maybe not so much. You do see Yuzhong on that shotgun, the bucket, trying to make something happen, but it's probably more of an economy damager more than anything else. You can see them gamble stacking over towards A, and unfortunately this time the gamble has paid off. It's not paid off, I should say, sorry. It's headed towards A. You can see the util just trying to clear things out, and it's not finding anything because nobody's home.
There is one person lying in wait, Danny, with a sheriff, wanting to show that this is their town.
Danny, more like Macaulay Culkin, he's home alone.
Yeah, but there is support coming over now. FFS is going to be there, but not really much to do as the weaponry isn't quite there and the utility doesn't really want to be wasted so early on. But if they can maintain control of backside, this will be huge. But it doesn't matter because DRG is just going to sprint forwards, says no, backside is not for you. And they are just pushing into every molecule of space that any questions tries to hold.
Nope, they had the tax on the stairs, the doorknob was heated up, but it wasn't going to matter. They were just going to fight their way through it, get that kill and secure their site. And as the rest of the team swing, it's Spirits on top once again with a 3k, looking for that 4th, chasing it down. The flash does everything, but the follow-up bullets maybe not quite the same. Maybe he just wanted to spread the love, let Vukashu have another kill, get closer.
They were warning shots. They were saying run away or else.
Save your classic, Will, you still can.
Yeah. But instead, they get out of this round with nothing. But any questions? I imagine that timeout wasn't for the round that just happened. It's going to be for this next round. It's going to be prep for their full buy where they can start to get that momentum back. And I think the worrying part for them is you look across the stage and DRG looks confident now. And a confident DRG is a scary prospect.
Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted to avoid, right? And they had it going right at the start in that 3-0 lead, but unfortunately just not been able to hold on to that. And I think it's part of this passive attitude that the team seems to play with. DRG accepting that it's going to be a retake battle, so they're more than happy to just get onto the site, and then when the retake comes through, they've still got some util left. They still have confidence in themselves to take that first kill, and you can see Spirits will just start clearing out this all, and you can see there's no challenge for this team to get on site. Yes, there's a couple of traps, but they're not set up for anybody to play off of. And now that the site's taken, Akiman's going to be able to take this fight over towards Simon if he peeks through. And it's just going to be difficult now.
And I imagine we're going to see some aggression from DRG. It feels like every time they get into these post-plant scenarios, the site is never enough. They want to counter this push. But for once, a bit of normalcy. They are just going to sit back, wait to see what any questions does. And a peek out from Danny, gets a good position, but Spirits just wants to fight it. Just wants to keep the pacing up as DRG now feel like they are forced into a corner. Any questions push forwards, but DRG are holding strong. You put a wild animal in a cage and they will somehow find a way to break out. But it's Simon trying to hold on strong, trying to win the round for their team, but it's just too much of an ask. And DRG are fully in that driver's seat now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you asked for Vukashu to step up, but right now all I'm seeing is a Spirits show. Every time they swing, you know it's going to end up in a kill. The confidence is absolutely peak throughout. And yes, Vukashu picks up a nice little double kill there as I'm talking up Spirits, but this Yoru is playing this game the exact way that they want to be.
And it's just beautiful to watch. DRG assessing the situation, knows that any questions is probably going to go for a big retake play, decides to push the pace. But now any questions are going to be the one that want to push the pace. They want to just take fights. And Eugene, you've got a sheriff. You shouldn't be doing that. That's not allowed. As all of a sudden any questions are a 5 versus 3 off of an insane hero play.
Yeah, I feel like aggression was what this team needed to do to switch up the play, but with a sheriff in hand, you were not expecting that. But there things start to get equalised up once again. A triple face from DRG takes down 3 kills. That smoke will open up a little bit of space, but they know it's going to be a 3v1 regardless of what site they take. And now a face back into this Omen player who has the stinger, but Akiman, who has been silent throughout, reminds any questions that they are in this lobby, picks up the Eco 4K and gets another round back into DRG's hands.
Just wanted to deny Eugene's hero play, I guess. Gets 2 kills here. 1 versus 2 against Rifles. And then this is just crazy. The fact that it's a triple hold and DRG just dry peeks into it. Kills all 3 of them with no casualties. It is insane that DRG sometimes just pulls out these mechanical plays that just really make you question why bother using util at all.
Yeah, and I mean, they're set up straight for this patch that's coming, right? If you can't use util, just shoot them. And DRG want to put themselves into champions so that they can play in this meta that's coming up. But right now, any questions want to be the ones to take them out and try and get a chance at themselves. But a 3 versus 2, the operator aiming down into this A main. So they choose to come through elbow. Maybe a reposition coming on through. But DRG, they have a decent health pool, but when that op's in hand, so it doesn't really matter what your health is.
You say 3 versus 2, but FFS is basically half a player at this point. A single stray bullet will take them out, and as the smoke drops, Danny is ready, prepared and waiting to strike as Nick goes down. And now Flexen has been given a momentous task. Needs to find a way to isolate these 1 versus 1s, and they found a first pick and a second, and all of a sudden this round looks a lot more plausible. If only they could get to the spike. But Eugene is ready and waiting with that operator.
Simon, it's scary, the tense moments. This is what defines you if you're going to get into the champions queue, and it's Eugene who gets the timing and gets a round back for any questions. 4 on the board, a chance to try and get close to tying things up at this half.
And it's off the back of this opening play, just any questions going for some aggression. And while it was almost an insane clutch from Flexen right here, Eugene just stays calm, knows that they have the timing as soon as they heard that audio cue, and just stays composed to hit that shot. And now it's DRG that, not quite on the back foot, but has to find a way to deal with this operator. You're crazy for this. Don't do it, Eugene. It's not worth it. Don't do it. There's bullets flying past your head. Just back away.
I really wanted to see it though. I wanted to see it. It was the wrong thing to do, but I wanted to see it. But
you know, if he was on Jet, he pulls that off.
Yeah, 100%. But instead, plays it safe. It's going to be a key hit. The trip was off. Oh no.
It's dodged and nobody's forward. Spirit's just TP's in. Straight body to body collision as Eugene ready, lying in wait. A single peek, a single pixel is all they need. But the Haunt is going to do its job and force this operator to back away. And as the spike goes down, any questions? Numbers advantage. Hunter's Fury coming as well. It's just a massacre on site as Flexen in 1 versus 3 again. Has been in this situation before. Didn't manage to convert last time. And it's even harder this time as a smoke goes down. The shorty lying in wait. And it will just be their demise.
That wasn't just one shorty. That was 2 shorties jumping out of the smoke. It was not a fun place to be. Flexen would have been wise just to TP the heck out of there and play for safety. But ultimately, any questions now, having looked so far out of this game, are 1 away from tying up this half at 6 apiece. you have to say, you feel like DRG just a little bit of a misplay there, missing the ult, and then I don't even know what that attempt at a TP was. That was a straight veggie and ranked TP. You get the comm that the player's playing from that exact spot, and you're like, let's just use no util and TP into that spot. Why not?
It's just unlucky that ultimate missing by a pixel changes the outcome in UGM. You talk about missing by pixels, that is one right there. As GRQ trying to go aggressive. This makes silence in the spot though. How have you not checked your corners, DRG? As now in the last round of the half, a familiar situation, flexing in a 1 versus 3 yet again. This player just can't get a break, but they're managing to isolate the fights, managing to find themselves some 1 versus 1s. The spike is in no man's land, and both these players are watching it.
They're so far away from the ult as well that it's not even going to be something that comes into contention. The wraparound here is the only play that's going to work, but as time ticks down, it becomes more and more obvious, and Yujon is fully aware that that was what was going to happen. Brain to the floor as the Omen falls down, and any questions get themselves tied up here at the half.
And Veggie, off the back of that, do you have any questions?
I have so many questions on how this is going to play. The reserved nature from AQ, I mean, it fell apart, but they did get themselves back up. But how is this attack side going to play? Are they going to play heavy sight? Are they looking to fight on and take more space like DRG did right at the start? It's an interesting one, right?
6-6 first half. I mean, we should have expected this given how the last series went. Yes, it was a 2-0 for any questions, but it was not a quick, swift 2-0. It was, we spoke about before, an overtime 14-12 win for any questions, and then a 13-11 win in map number 2 for any questions as well. So these teams are tit for that tat. They are as close as you can be, and I feel like if you're Rare Atom watching this matchup, you are going to be licking your lips because they have already went through any questions, and now seeing that DRG are this close, matched in skill, it's looking good for Rare Atom this split.
It certainly is. They'll be feeling confident that they can finally get over that hump that is the grand final and get themselves ascended to greatness with this 2026 split coming up. But as the time ticks down, you can see the players are relaxed. So this is what I mean. The coach maybe not looking so relaxed in the background, but at least the players' smiles are up there. They're feeling this for the day, and if anything, it maybe tells us that this isn't going to be a 3-0. We might be in for the long haul in this situation. So you might want to make sure you've got endless popcorn around. You know, Halloween's coming up. Make sure you've got snacks to follow, because this one could get spooky.
And look at those stats from Vukashu. Highest ACS in the game, highest damage per round. That cast is huge as well. It's just, what a monstrous performance so far, and this is what we expected. I said Vukashu needs to go demon mode, has to show something different to what happened in that first series, and now on defense, it's the same tried and true tested method of DRG. Leave Vukashu alone, see if they can make magic happen.
And it was the attack side that we didn't really get to see too much from any questions in that Rare Atom matchup, so we'll get to see more from them guaranteed in this side. But as the matchup kicks off, it's DRG who gets that first blood. A nice little flash coming through, should push Nick off the angle and allow for some space to be taken, but it's Vukashu collecting 3 kills and Spirit's following it up with another.
And just like that, the round is over, and what can you do when Vukashu's playing like this? You just have to, I feel like you have to go back to the ranked lobby strats where you have one player that's dropping 30. You just avoid that site. You find where Vukashu is and you just go the other way. But the difficulty is DRG is so good about playing around Vukashu. They know when to support him. They know when to leave him alone. And it's such a difficult team to play around because it's like playing against Prime Aspas, right? You don't know whether to go towards a site because you know he's going to be alone, or to leave him alone but run into 4 of the other members.
I think in that situation, you always take the 4 other members. Or if you're playing Abyss, just jump off the map, right?
Yeah.
Sport and integrity.
Yeah, it's It's definitely one strat to go for. But now, Ackerman with a judge in main, trying to pass a bit of judgment onto any questions, hoping to farm a few of these ecos and maybe pull themselves closer towards their ult. Says Vukashi, it's great you're getting kills and all, but we don't really want our Cypher online. We want it on somebody else. But never mind that, because Vukashi's just going to get even more kills and find even more picks. That's 3 for this player. Was looking for a 4th and, you know, already has Cypher ult at round 3. Don't know how that's going to affect the game that much, but
he got the headshot with the classic as well. I just want to point out. He got the headshot with the classic just before dying. This guy's insane, man. It's unbelievable. You spoke about wanting to see the confidence in this player step back up to be the winning difference for DRG. And I mean, you've got it. If they lose this time, it's certainly not going to be because Vukashi's dropped a stinker. That's on someone else stepping up.
You see it happening. Vukashi stepping up and DRG looking like a completely different beast. I mean, yes, it is only 2 rounds apiece, but still has this outlaw. Full armor on everybody on any questions, though, so it's not quite the overpowered weapon that we know it can be. But in Vukashi's hands, I would not be surprised to see a headshot.
Or a miss.
Someone, yeah, or a miss, but never mind, you say that, but finds the pick right there, just as we called upon them. And any questions off the back of that says, yeah, we do not want anything to do with Vukashi.
And no wonder when Danny's walked up mid-tier, has an angle, but it's kind of shut off with the crossfire that's prepared for it. You can see the ping identifying that they believe a player might have abused that space and taken it. And now you walk into this Akiman, who's sat here patiently, like a child waiting for supper, will begin to feast, but it's Yuzhan who sprays through and gets a kill.
They got their one, and it's all important. Danny can't find both. Needed that kill if they're hoping to win this round. Yuzhan and Simon left alone to try clutch this round out. 25 seconds to go. They could make their way onto B if they're quick, but the time is dwindling. They have to make their move now, and Simon is about to be caught out. The information is there, but they're going the wrong way. They're running towards the stack. All 3 players are there, and the time is just not enough to work with. And now DRG have pulled it back.
The fade utility as well to stop them pushing through that angle, to get them choked up there, drain their HP. It was absolutely beautiful. Don't need to take the fight, just use your utility to slow things down. I mean, look at that, it catches both swinging through, makes them both vulnerable, and the fights are going to be a lot easier, and Nick cleans the house up as well.
You see him getting hype, you see him standing up. That is the any questions thing. They always all stand up, they always all get hype, but they are quiet right now. And off the back of that silence, this team is going to have to find some magic, find some way to win a round. And this is not the way. They've left Yuzhan to die all alone. The utility from DRG was just too much.
It was, but a lot got used into just getting one kill up, and AQ decided to re-swing it, thinking that the angle might have been left off, but instead it's going to be Spirits wanting to take this fight, knowing that the spike is down there, but you don't want to go too aggressive. If you lose this fight, it could be over, but listen, the Spirits, they win the fight regardless, and this time Danny gives a chance, but when you deal with Spirits, Vukashi's there behind. It's not a fair fight.
Such a horrible prospect to think about, right? Like, you've got one raid boss, Vukashi's killing everyone, but Spirits having an insane game as well. I mean, Spirits was pretty much 90% of the reason that DRG's attack half went so well.
Yep. Just feel so sorry. Danny's like, yes, I've got one of them. Oh, there's Vukashi. Never mind, guys. Let's go back into the timeout. Let's go talk about how things are going.
Second timeout going to be used by any questions, and the all-important one. This is where they have to make their stand. So far, haven't run a round on their attack half, and you said before when they played against Rare Atom, we didn't get to see much of their attack half, and to be honest, it hasn't helped them.
No, I mean, listen, they lost the first 4 rounds against Rare Atom, so it's history repeating itself. It's just at this point yesterday, the game had finished, so there was nothing else to be played. So maybe they just weren't expecting to get this far, and that's what the timeout is, to say, Okay, guys, we've done better than expected.
wait. You said they weren't expecting to get this far. What do you mean? They played this team before. It went to overtime. It went to 13-11.
Not on this map.
Okay, so you think, they saw Sunset be picked and they were like, oh, it's cooked, guys. We don't have a chance in this one.
It's a -1.
Okay. Well, I would like to believe that the side of Any Questions has a little bit more faith in themselves than that, but you need to have a bit of faith, you need to have a bit of confidence, but you need to have a game plan that is going to shut down VCashu. 20-11 so far, a monster on the map. And Any Questions seems to think mid-control is the way to go, but DRG's read it perfectly. It is chaos, but Ackerman has found themselves quietly creeping up, and mid-control is fully established, but it's at the cost of this B site.
Yeah, they might have taken mid, but it allowed that B site to be taken for free. The TP across. You know, at least 2 players shooting in from market, and DRG are still worried that there could be a player coming from behind, so they have to invest that Cypher ult, which will now reveal all 3 players, not only on site, but sat up like a herd of sardines, and you can see it's going to be Ackerman pushing through, gets that first kill, looks for the second, finds it, a peek through to find the third as well. And just like the last round, it finishes with a DRG standing up, patting each other on the back, because they've got to live in 2 rounds away now from cleaning up this first map.
I guess I didn't see that on the DRG strats. Ackerman goes in 1 versus 3 and kills everybody. That's, you know, that was, I'm sorry I wasn't familiar with your game, Ackerman. I didn't have you on my bingo board today, but doesn't even need util, doesn't have anyone to support, just decides I'm gonna kill everyone.
Yeah, listen, in times when it means Spirits and VCashu aren't up to scratch or able to seal out the round, Ackerman has always been capable. That's a 4K and a 3K. Maybe not clutch because it was a 3 versus 3 there, but it may as well have been a 3 versus 1 because they've certainly done everything themselves after that Cypher ult came in online. And you know, see VCashu left alone here on B. Wants to close that door, but as the pinch comes in from B site, he's wise just to back up, allow the space, wait for the rest of the team and not give these 1v1s up.
Spike going to be going down nice and easily, and such a forward position established from Any Questions as well. And DRG has mid-control, but they're going to have to retake this one through market. So far, no other presence on the map, and as the time ticks down, they're still walking. The information is going to be gained, but Any Questions seems to have a plan. They want to counter this, but Ackerman's leading the charge. Spirits is coming out of the dimensional drift with a shorty. And Any Questions now, they have all the space they could ever want, but they just can't get the kills. They can't find a way to dwindle these numbers down, but the spike is backside, and DRG has to take it, a double swing through. Yujun just can't get the kill, and DRG have put themselves onto map point.
That's a phenomenal display of resilience, and honestly, it might not be VCashu that gets that final kill and wins the round, but the fact that VCashu stepped back, allowed the site to be taken, meant that all the utility from AQ used at the start of the round to get onto site, they had nothing left for the retake and had to focus on these gunfights, while DRG had all the utility, because they just let the site be taken. They said, it's okay, we're going to keep our paranoia, we're going to keep our ults, we're going to use everything that we need to get back onto that site to give us that 12th round. And that's exactly what it does. And now they stack up 4 onto A site as if they knew this was coming, because AQ have 4 members steaming this way.
A fast play, they've spotted everybody, they know they're all there, and Ackerman is taking control. Says this isn't the VCashu show, I am here as well, establishing their presence, smashing their way through this squad, and DRG very confidently and cleanly makes a statement in map 1.
Yeah, DRG set their stall out, set the intentions that they have the taste for blood. They want the revenge on this Any Questions side, and they've shown exactly what they're capable of. But for Any Questions, a marked improvement on yesterday's performance on Sunset, that's for sure. However, listen, it only gets better for them, right? It only gets better. This was the worst map that they were going to face into. They managed to get on to 6. Yes, their attacking side looked very lackluster and almost zero promise, but it can't get any worse, and we see this time and time again in these, whether it be a grand final or a lower brackets final, that once you face that diversity right at the very bottom, you can only go up.
The question is, for any questions, is it going to be that uphill rise, or is it DRG just running the train? Because last time these two teams played, it was a victory for any questions on Ascent, which will be our next map, but it was not a one-sided victory. A 14-12, an overtime win. It went the distance, and this was without VUCASHU having one of those monstrous performances like we've seen in this map 1. So I'm definitely scared for this Any Questions squad.
Yeah, I think that we mentioned it in the pre-show. It's certainly something that has to be answered as we head to Ascent. Can VUCASHU bring the form that we've seen from them here on Sunset into that Ascent? Or will it be a case of history kind of repeating itself, and Any Questions bringing things back and shutting him down fully? But if my head was to tell me anything based off of what we've just seen, DRG look like they're in top form and showing why they should be the top dogs.
And look, yes, VUCASHU, great game, but Spirits, Ackerman.
One more side, only one side. Wait. I powered up. Go, one, two. One more. 调到，那个，跑点，能掰吗？还是这样，再见。1打1。捡枪。Nice， 好了，来
，Let's go，Nice。
把中了轻的是吗？We got 5 mid, I goes. Let's get. I will tell. 看到。三个。我有黑，不能 X 3。我也干。I can 掰。黑了。Nice。出赛。8点。这样站起来。
Like, you can see the camaraderie between the team there, so I just love, like, I don't even think they're telling like Any Questions to stand up there. I'm pretty sure they're telling their own team to stand up and get in the hype. I love it. It just looks so fun. Like, being part of that squad looks like they're having fun.
And like I was talking about just before those comms came up, it's not VUCASHU just being that monster all the time. Yes, they had some monstrous rounds, but Ackerman, huge performance on their attack side. Spirits as well. And these two players really stepping up, and this is what DRG needed. We can't just have it be a one-person band. Everybody's got to contribute, and the fact that Ackerman went from lower down on the scoreboard to MVPing the map, just that second half, really just wanted to showcase what they can offer.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, Ackerman get MVP? That took me by surprise. I know we'd hyped them up at several moments, but it's certainly not where I would have went. But I mean, you just look at the ACS that comes through: 283, 283 for VUCASHU, 271 for Spirits. In any other game, any three of them win that, right? Let's be fair. In any other world, any of them pick that one up. And on the flip side, 289 for Yuzhong, showing that they were the best player in the lobby in terms of that aspect, and they want to make sure that as we head to this next map that they can continue that one up. But things do get a little bit different on Ascent, so I'm excited to see if Any Questions can kind of bring that battering ram back that DRG have clearly just hit them with and knock them back one a peg.
And I feel like Any Questions kind of was being read so well by DRG. Every time we came out of a timeout, Any Questions were like, okay, we're going to do a big set piece play. We're going to do a big rush into sight. And DRG just knew it was coming. And every single time had the members in the right position to just counter that play and be that one step ahead of Any Questions.
Yeah, and I think that's naturally going to come when you're playing a typically retake heavy sort of set strap book, right? You know that this team doesn't really want to fight heavily off the bat, so you know they're going to give up the space and they're going to play together as a team. And it seems like DRG have made that adjustments coming off of the back of the first time these two teams played up, and obviously taking some lessons from Rare Atom. But the questions really do come through on this map that's coming up next on Ascent, and we will be back after this break to answer all the questions that we have on Any Questions. Welcome back to your VCT lore final. China Ascensions brought to you by Project Horizon. My name's Veggie and I'm still joined by the Snow Spy as we get ready to take on Ascent in this best of 5. Snow, any questions? Having lost that first match up 1-0, look to bounce back on a map that they've made marks on before against this DRG team, but the question is, do you believe?
Well, they don't have the momentum going into this one. If you've just tuned in, if you've just woken up and missed map number 1, it was on Sunset, a 13-6 victory. Some pure dominance by DRG when it came to that defensive half. And now going on to Ascent and a little bit of an interesting composition from DRG. The Clove coming out from Ackerman, which I haven't seen on Ascent in a good while.
I mean, it's a switch up coming across from that Neon that they played up in the last time they played this side against AQ. Obviously, like I said, address some issues that they might have seen in deciding to maybe play. I mean, I want to say it's a slightly more aggressive, but it's really not. It's going to be quite a different take on how they want to play this map.
I mean, it's interesting to me in the fact that maybe it's just a sign of they just want Ackerman to keep up the pace of trying to go for these kills, trying to really frag out. And it worked the first time these guys played, right? That Clove did come out. Ackerman had an okay performance. They weren't quite able to pull it through in the end, but you know, we'll have to see if it's something that works out in this one, because they're running back that strat yet again. And DRG, if the first map was anything to go by, they are feeling a lot better about this matchup.
I'm curious to how this one's going to go, for sure, because it's a different composition. Never mind, I'm looking at Lotus. That's why it's a different composition.
I was going to say it's the same composition as the last time these two played, but it's a peak by Flexen right there that is going to be their demise. And it's going to be really questioning why this squad is so far up outside of A, especially on this pistol round. Mid control gained. just trying to split towards this B site, but it is where the Vice utility is all set up. The agent might not be on this side of the map, but their utility definitely is. With a combination from this Any Questions side, it's just forcing DRG back into a corner.
Pushes him off, allows for the site to be taken, but they want to try and go further. Peeking in to that stretch, and it's Danny that picks up the 2K, making sure that spike is sealed and delivered. And now this fight becomes even harder, but it is VUCASHU and Akaman, the MVPs from that last matchup. Left in 2 versus 5. It's a world of difficulties here, Snow.
We'd have to start with a couple picks, a couple quick kills. A headshot is a good way to give yourselves a bit of hope, but picking up that spike is going to be difficult with so many people watching. And now this round, pretty much nigh impossible, even for a player the caliber of VUCASHU.
A 1 versus 4 identifies where the first one is, but with 14 seconds left, it's a monumental task, and it will be Danny that picks up the 3K. Similar standings to last matchup, Snow, with Any Questions getting that first pistol on the board. They'll be looking to recreate the first 3 and then making a marked improvement after that.
And it's Any Questions being 1 step ahead in this pistol round knows that DRG wants to push forward, wants to take that extra space, and just looking to contain them. Now in this second round, it's DRG that maybe trying to get a little bit of information here. Not quite bursting onto site. A bit of utility being used and questions being asked.
DRG, VUCASHU that comes up with that first kill. Forces the Yoru off the angle as well, but still has to be cleared out. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Vices go head to head, and it's AQ who come out on top. But with all this chaos, it's kind of unfolded. Any Questions don't know where this team are, and it's going to be an exploratory march out onto A site as Any Questions start to find their way back in.
They have an inkling that it is towards A, and they would be right, but the spike is only now just walking in. Eugen peeks out, and Spirits is just waiting, ready, and just being greedy. No way, they didn't spot it, they didn't see it, and it's a no-scope from Spirits that puts DRG in the advantage. And now this round is theirs to win. Danny and Simon are 2 versus 4, but the weaponry isn't in their favor. It's only a bulldog to use, and Spirits gets a 4K, redeeming DRG in a much needed round.
He spoke about the villain or the redemption arc that was going to be coming out, and I think that's personified by Spirit standing up there and saying, bring it on, I'm here to play today and I'm not messing around. Another 4K. Sit down scream throughout. I mean, this player has had so many 4Ks throughout this first matchup and into the second. It can only spell trouble for Any Questions.
Any Questions? Off the back of that, obviously had to save only a stinger, but they just wanted to go aggressive again. But look, DRG's just that 1 step ahead, and it's 2 quick kills picked up for them. And the only weapon that was online for Any Questions taken out in an instant.
Seems like DRG have done their homework. Certainly paid attention from that last series.
From that first round.
to know what to expect, and you can see AQ jumping and bounding out into mid, but it's going to be Simon who gets 1, but Nick is there to stop that getting out of control, and weapons fully taken in, with DRG flipping the switch and making this one a 2-1 lead.
And it is not a good sign for this Any Questions squad. They start to crumble already, considering the first time these teams played, I think the first half was 8-4 or something to Any Questions. They were the team that was in the advantage, and now it's DRG being that 1 round ahead. Obviously not super detrimental to themselves. And is Brock logged into the server? We've got the Odin picked up by FFS. Let's see if they can use that to great effectiveness.
That Prowler tries to push off the angle, a cheeky peek throughout it, but it's DRG once again reigning supreme, and VUCASHU Snow could be on for a miracle. Gets the peek, will go back for more and finds it as well. for any questions. This is an absolute calamity of the highest order. FFS alone with an operator up against Vukashu at least will come out on top. But look at the HP damage in a 4v1 now.
I feel like they're going to hunt. Yeah, they're going to start running. They do not want that operator to be online. And with how Vukashu's shooting, you want that weapon in his hands instead. Just off the back of that op's taken. We'll see if they are going to keep it alive in this map or if they're just going to let that one drift away.
Launch it straight off the map. You don't need it. You don't need it. Buy an outlaw. It's going to do the exact same job in this next round with the armor buys that can come through from the side of any questions.
Oh, it just wins the 1 versus 1 against an op. Like, why even spend the extra money when you can just put an outlaw in Vukashu's hands?
Point exactly. Look, any questions, despite getting that opening pistol round, have to call a timeout in this pivotal round. They're 3-1 down. Their money's not going to look great. Their confidence is not going to look great. They're getting bashed in every possible scenario. Anytime you think something's favouring them, I mean, that was a 3v1 peak eventually that was going to come out of main into facing Vukashu, and somehow he came up with 2.5 bodies. Yeah,
and pretty much if he had any other secondary weapon, probably gets that 3rd kill as well. I mean, the fact that they found the shot, it is just right now pure dominance in the last few rounds from DRG. They are looking good. They are feeling confident. They are finding the picks that they want, and they are just letting Vukashu do Vukashu things on the side. They're saying, okay, the 4 of us are going to go towards one site, and Vukashu, just kill everyone else, please.
It's literally that ass-pass strat that you spoke about, right?
Outlaw again.
But this is what I'm saying. They don't need to pick that operator, right? They know the shields aren't going to be maxed out. Why risk giving them back that operator? I mean, it's a very small percentage chance, but there's no need. You can continue that small investment and pick up the kills just as easily. And when it's Vukashu, it doesn't really matter.
Yep. That's the way any questions builds morale. They've got 3 judges in this round, actually. I'm pretty much the only person with a long-range weapon. The bait for Simon is there, but the shot will not land. And now any questions just kind of gonna have to take this as almost like a secondary timeout. Hope that DRG plays a little bit slower. They can assess the situation. They can talk a little bit more about how this game's been going on. Kind of reassess what they want to do for the rest of this half.
And how has this game been going along, Snow? But I mean, for
Not
DRG,
great.
yeah, exactly. There's not much to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you've got to think about whether you want to commit all your resources into stopping that main bulk of DRG, or whether you want to try find that one player that's going to be isolated and really just force out a trade there and play for that retake, which we saw work for them well on Sunset, but so far on Ascent, they haven't been able to bring out the same style of play.
This could be scary though, I tell you. 2 players sat here with Buckies facing the same way. Boom, there goes 1. Boom, there goes 2. Oh! Things could be turning right back on. But there's Akiman.
Okay, a
there's
rifle
Spirits.
in hand. Yeah, it's nothing. It's just Judge there, but 10 seconds, Reggie. Only 10 seconds to work with, and Spirits has no health. The spike is going to be tapped. The shock dart could be enough. The lineup isn't there, and the smoke just saves them, and it's shotgun on shotgun now. Peeks out, just trying to find the kill. 10 health for Wilfred, but the shorty is better. And DRG pulls it out the bag when needed.
In a match where inches will win, it's mere centimetres on the shock dart that misses, causing the round to fall back into DRG's favour. But just as we're lambasting how bad this game is looking for AG, they somehow pull out a miracle and turn this round into very much the winnable situation.
And that shotgun blast missing by pixels right there. But now, the operator back online for Eugen. Didn't find anything in that last round that they had the weapon. But hopefully this time they can make something else work. There's a Hunter's Fury's used and Simon peeks out the smoke. Manages to get there 1. And it is a numbers advantage. Something very much needed for any questions.
That's a great paranoia, just creating the distance again, but flexing. Not expected to be up in that so high angle, and as Vicasio peeks through, keeps this one in a manageable situation for DRG. Flexing trying to spray through the smoke, gives Simon that 3k, and now Spirits in a 1 versus 3 left alive. If anyone can do it, it's got to be this player right here.
Big ass though. Once again, has to find a situation where they can isolate 1 versus 1s, but against an operator, it's not really a strat that you want to go for. Flash is going to be used and has an inkling that maybe someone could be behind them, but they would be incorrect. Another flash to use, peeks out the smoke, finds one and a second, and with 24 seconds left, has time to run to B. But will the timing be there? Eugen could just peek around this corner, but no, it's not going to be enough. Spirit's full confidence that nobody is on this site, and they would be right.
I love the use of the TP as well to cross, knowing that it could be an operator watching the angle. Plays it safely, will now peek through, will now find the kill, and Spirits steps up, and every single time they get asked any question, they come back as if they have the cheat sheet. This test has been passed with flying colours. Back to school you go.
And a bit of crowd work there as well, standing up, and they're taking something out of the Any Questions playbook, getting hyped, standing up and trying to destroy their confidence. I think we spoke about this before this match started. We spoke about the difference in experience, and right now, DRG are showing when their back's against the wall, they will show up.
Just have no answer back from that, from Spirits pulling that one out. You're at an all-time low. Not talking about the musical bands, no. I'm talking about the pits of despair.
Any Questions? Again, another save. A couple of rifles that they're hoping can make a miracle happen. But it's just an ultimate that's going to be used. Weaponry taken away, not that there was much for Any Questions, and they just want to be greedy, just trying to peek through, trying to make any kind of magic happen, but with so many smokes on site, it could maybe favor the shorter range that Any Questions would want to fight around with the weapons that they have. But DRG takes the site swiftly, cleanly. The spike will go down, but already Any Questions trying to contain, trying to force their way in.
Yep, they want to try and take a time in to get through that gap, but it wasn't there. They will now just peek dry through that smoke and find themselves 2 kills, but it's the agents back on DRG that continue this flood. Now 2 versus 1. Simon slowly walking down that catwalk on lane, gets taken through, and DRG just do not look like they've got any method to slow this victory down.
And I would love to see Any Questions put a bit more focus onto getting Eugen into good positions early on in these rounds. Get them into a spot where they can hold an aggressive angle and look for these opening picks. And DRG's doing a great job of avoiding Eugen, but I don't think that's just off the merit of them knowing where this player is. It's Any Questions not putting enough effort into getting them into these forward positions.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see they're trying to be a little bit more aggressive this time. Coming out of B, the recon dart has to get destroyed. They're so close to this wall. A flash will come out. A double peek comes throughout it, and it's this time Any Questions that pay off on the aggression to pick up a triple kill.
And Spike down as well. Flexen does have that from the shadows. Could teleport to pick it up if needs be, but might not need to if they can just find themselves a kill. But Any Questions doesn't want to risk it. They back away, go back towards the site, and just leave the spike for easy pickings.
You know, I don't mind that, especially with how DRG have been playing. When you know that you could be giving yourselves a kind of 1 versus 2 scenario that can't guard that spike, just go back, play at home base, almost reset the round for yourselves, right? At least you knew where the spike was, but now you can defend that site, play the numbers in your advantage, play time in your advantage, and put the pressure back onto DRG.
The scary thing is, though, DRG, it's not a 2 versus 4 on the site. It is a 2 versus 4 on the map. But if they can just find these kills, it all of a sudden becomes a lot more winnable for them.
I mean, you get 2 chances at the 2 versus 2, right? That's the 50-50 that comes up, and right now it looks like it's going to be the first question that gets asked with Danny on a 4K. Ackerman will try and spray it out, but it's Danny who swings off of the contact and finally restores a bit of common decency for this AQ side and gets a round back on the board.
DRG were ready for that aggression. You see that they had members there ready to fight, but not quite able to find the shots, didn't have the utility to really combat it. And I feel like that is where the weakness of this composition comes through. You play this Cloven Omen, you lose out a lot in terms of just being able to be aggressive with your utility. You're relying a lot more on this gunplay.
I mean, it's worked for them so far, but can AQ continue to find the answers? It seems like it's going to be aggression focused. Not aware of that player up at the top in Spirits, but thankfully Stanny is able to get the kill, but the spray comes through onto the clone, equalising things up, and it's a tit for tat battle going on out in A. Everywhere!
Yeah, everywhere it's people pushing aggressive and going for these fights. And you spoke about having chances for those 2 versus 2s. It's another chance for any questions to win a 2 versus 2 and find themselves around right here.
It's Hakiman that goes searching, doesn't want to make it a 2 versus 2, wants to use that ultimate, wants to get the information, and ultimately is wasted as that Vice Steel Guardian comes in. Flexion's going to have to sprint with only a classic in hand, get away to safety, and afford this Phantom to come back online.
I love this. This timing is so good, but they're reading it. They know that it could be there, and Flexen doesn't even budge. They tap the spike, doesn't even think about going there. But FFS is just that little bit quicker on the draw. And now any questions clawing their way back slowly, but it is still a big ask if they are to equalize this round count.
A big ask, but DRG are certainly giving them the opportunity to make it happen, right? Vikashu, who was always winning those fights over on that B site, is starting to lose the faith, is starting to give AQ a manual back into it, and it's this aggression that we didn't see from them on Sunset. We didn't see at the start of this map. It's the pure aggression that DRG are unable to answer that AQ are giving up right now.
Tour de Force going to be online. It is over towards that A site, which so far doesn't have anybody there, and any questions just carrying on the aggression, just trying to push forward, constantly trying to push the tempo. And Spirits doing a little bit of scouting, is going to know that this sniper is here. Misses the ulti and gets the knife. What a way to get a kill! And off the back of that, DRG has the advantage. Vukashu has Simon locked in a corner. Ackerman here to support as well. And I feel like the round has been won, but the mentals have been destroyed for any questions after that.
You just know the second that knife comes in, everyone just hands off keyboard and mouse. Just up. Guys, just a limit. let's not even try. It's just...
Oh, no. Getting bullied as well, because they were not only flashed, they also had no sound. They couldn't see anything. They couldn't hear anything. They were just locked in a corner, and that's a mercy kill at that point.
Yeah, just pure unfortunate. Just as AQ started to look like they were going to find a way back in, things fall back out of favour, but no straight up aggression this time. But you do see Danny held up in this position with a bucket, ready to take it on, and as the Prowler gets destroyed, you have to believe that there's going to be some bait. The Yoru drone getting taken down, but Nick still falls.
I love this style of play, the bait and switch, but the spam through the smoke is going to lead to Simon's death. And DRG still wants to go here, even though they're not winning these fights. They're not finding the angles, but eventually the trades will come out at a net even. But 2 rifles online for any questions, an even round, another 2 versus 2, and this fight is so important, but Flexin never loses those. Now GRQ asked to be the hero and redeem this round.
Already noted. What can they do as they peek their way down? Spirits has so much utility left online as well. Same for Flexen. He peeks and sees 2, and the White Swing does collect 1, but not able to get the control for the second as DRG continue to add to this lead. But Snow, This is pure Valorant, right? None of this, let's use our utility to seek out a place to go. Let's play this smart. Let's try Fnatic and wait till 10 seconds before we hit the round. No, let's everyone send it down. Let's shoot at each other and see who comes out on top. This is pure raw Valorant.
They're just prepping for the next patch. Initiators get gutted. They say, we don't care about utility anymore. This game is about gunplay. But still, a lot of smokes flying back and forth. A lot of confusion on these site takes. And it is DRG thriving in that chaos.
Yeah, DRG thriving, AQ barely surviving. But who will come out on top in the end? You know, it's not a sprint, Snow. It is that marathon in a best of 5. DRG looking to get themselves into that podium place right now. If they can close this out and get a map number 2 on the board. The site hit will start to come in. The ult reveals that the site is free, but the Hunter's Fury is going to be addressed to prevent any more flooding coming in, and it's AQ that remain on top here.
Moving forwards as well, Nyx in this corner by Logs. Maybe could be a powerful position. Spirits is asked to back away and the teleport over to A, but you've left Spirits all alone. No TP to get out. Is going to have to fight their way through. And we've been in this situation before, Veggie. A Flexen 1 versus 3 is what would have to happen.
And I won't be surprised if it falls through for DRG's side. He's got the timing. He can hear all the steps, all the will in the world, but not prepared for GRQ to swing at the end. Maybe felt a little bit overconfident that they'd crossed that path, and AQ take this to 8-4.
And it's interesting because now you have to deal with that issue of Vukashu on defense again. This aggression that can come out from DRG. And on Sunset, on the attack half, any questions just look so lost. You've got to hope that maybe on Ascent, it's got to look a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the last time these two teams played up against each other being an 8-4 half. It was an 8-4 half for both sides, right? So that this is nothing new. They've been here before. DRG winning 8 attacking rounds when they faced up, and so did any questions. So realistically, it did look like DRG were making that marked improvement. They'd changed up their strats, they'd adapted, but that sort of aggressiveness that came from AQ allowed them to get back into position where they were able to take it to overtime last time and ultimately come away with the win. So although they might be feeling down, they're certainly not out of this one.
Definitely not, but I feel like the momentum is going to have to build, and it's going to have to start from this pistol round. We did see Any Questions win that first pistol in this map. Let's see if they can pull something special out the bag here as well.
Let's win the second round after that, you know?
Yeah, that would be a good start as well. Don't lose the anti-eco. That's definitely good if you want to try win a map.
Yeah, repeat what you done on Sunset, but make it go longer. Get the 3 rounds at the start, and then don't lose 6 after that. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
It's not much.
Okay.
Not much.
Yeah. Well, you say it's not a big ask, but it's a big ask when you look at the caliber of players they are facing against. These are people that have been to the highest stage, that have been to champions, that have battled against the very best that this region has to offer. And so, yes, it's quite simple to say win the pistol, win a few rounds after that, but it is difficult when you are looking across the stage and you see someone the likes of Vukashu, someone the likes of Spirits and Ackerman staring straight back at you.
Not just staring, shouting, telling you to sit down and leave. That's when it comes in, the real mental games. Not just knowing that they are here to shut you down, but they will tell you to shut down as well. But here it comes, a 5-man pressure over towards A main. Flexen did see that first point of contact, drops the smoke and wisely backs off, but with the utility dump coming in, it's a TP into sight. It's Spirits and Flexen getting the first couple kills and continuing that trend, but Simon is there to equalise things up.
And a reload, going to try to close the door, but Vukashu has the timing. It's just perfect. The crouch underneath. And now you asked for them to streak together a few rounds, but they didn't even give me my first request. The pistol round, not won by any questions. It's DRG that have gained momentum at the start of this second half.
Maybe it's a reverse from the first half, right? Let the opposition win the pistol and then win 3 after. Maybe that's what we're going for, you know?
I don't know if I've heard that strat. It's not normally in the playbook.
Put yourself in a disadvantage and then come back even more.
But here's another scary prospect. How about peeking into Vukashu's Outlaw?
How about not?
Yeah, I'd rather not commit myself to that kind of fate, but it's not even Vukashu that you have to worry about in this map, because if you look to your bottom right of your screens, Spirits 21-6, monstrous performance so far, and carrying on that momentum they had from the first game. And I feel like maybe they're a little bit upset that Ackerman got the MVP in that first one, so they're making sure there's no doubt in this second match who the MVP is.
Yeah, it was stolen from them, so they had to pick up that judge. They want to be the executioner in this round. But unfortunately for him, no one is going to give up that challenge as they all push down into garden, looking to plant a successful attack. And so far, they've managed to get 2 kills, 1 kill even onto Flexing, but they have got a little bit of space.
Stop peeking Vukashu's Outlaw, man. You know it's there. Just leave it alone. But GRQ, only a classic, has the spike. Could try to find a timing, but Nick has found them hiding away in that corner, cowering from a fight. And DRG has taken complete control. Any questions? I wouldn't be surprised if we see that second timeout used to just try redeem some kind of mental composure.
Yeah, and remember, this is AQ's map pick, right? After this, they head to Haven in the 3rd map, which is where DRG want to go, which wasn't a map that was played in the last 2 times that they've played together. So DRG will be feeling very confident now that they've got themselves onto double digits. But for AQ, they have some guns in their hand. They have a chance to find it through, but it's a big gap that's between them right now that they need to close. But they have to start it round by round, 1 by 1, and it's this one where they're forcing their way up onto mid. It's going to have to be that first point of contact.
They've learned their lesson. They've bought armor. They don't quite want to deal with Vukashu and that Outlaw to the full extent at the least. Trying to nerf that one a little bit and avoiding heading that way just at the moment. There's pressure gained through mid. They've forced this DRG squad to maybe commit to one of these sites. 3 members going towards B as well. But they still have a strong hold towards this garden position.
See, the ping was coming out pointing into spawn as if they want to make a play through there, or worried that a player might be coming from that way, asking it to be held. Yes, they've made some space, but they haven't really gone anywhere with it. See now that spike starting to head into market, but this door has to be dealt with. Has to be done to give up some information to at least DRG that the players are still there. All the time.
On the flash. Just the timing, not quite good enough. But now it's a peek through. The perfect position from Simon to cut off the rotates. But Vukashu still on site. Ackerman here as well. These 2 players were so effective in the first map, but they can't do anything right here. And it is finally any questions giving themselves a round that they should win. A 1 versus 3 for Nick. This would be a mental breaker. This would be something that any questions just could not recover from if they lose this round.
Have to feel for Nick's just going to try and play this for time, right? Yes, it has a chance, but there's so many angles to worry about that it doesn't even get to check. The first one is GRQ pounces. Well, Nick's worried about main. The round comes in and AQ get onto 5, but you feel like that's a round of time and not overly replicable. I mean, Yuzhong getting the kills just after Vukashu is looking down there. The flash timing on main. It's a round that's unfortunate for DRG, but a round that they can't afford to let keeping on happen.
And now it looks like any questions off the back of that wants to push the pace a little. 4 players over towards A. Want to establish complete control of this side of the map. But you've always got to ask, at what cost? We've got Spirits creeping up mid already, looking to flank. And he's already found one, and it's going to force these members out of this position. But Flexen has managed to stop them in their tracks. And now they're going to have to find some magic, but it's going to be for nothing as Danny, the sole player left alive, is finding some kills, but it's not enough as DRG has settled the dust and said, calm yourselves down. This will not be a comeback.
And I was worried that Vukashu didn't buy a shield this round. But I guess he knew that he wasn't going to see anyone because the rest of the team were just going to clean up house.
Just save a bit of money, you know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, why not? Why not? Oh. 11-5 for DRG now. Reads that scoreboard. 2 rounds away from getting map number 2 under their belt as well. Any questions? Well, they certainly have a lot of questions to be answered if they want to give themselves a chance to get into that grand final for a rematch against Ray Rappen. But at this moment in time, you would have to see it's DRG who are pulling away with this matchup.
DRG battling for this mid control so far. Utility thrown back and forth. They know that there's players there. They're just not sure how many. The peek through the smoke lets Flexen know that maybe they should run away. Closing the door, giving up that part of the map because they know that there's a player in spawn watching, waiting, ready to spring the trap if needs be.
Yeah, what I did like from AQ there was waiting for that Yoru TP timing to go down so that they could kind of get into that space unchallenged and save what little utility and weaponry they have for the fights that come later on. And you can see it now as they push through into this spawn area. They're just going to try and sprint down and cause this fight onto Spirits, but that's not a player that you overly want to challenge. But peeking in at the side could be the answer as Danny gets taken down and the rest of the site starts to fall apart.
Ackerman in a pivotal position, has to win some fights here and manages to do so. Cleans up 2 players, rushing them down. And with not much time left, Yuzhan forced into a terrible situation. And DRG now 1 round off being 2-0 up in the series.
You just have to feel for it. Any questions, right? It's not even a tactical problem that they're coming through. I feel like a lot of their ideas are working. It just comes back to the point that you've made before. Once you deal with one of DRG, there's another 4 absolute shooters on that stand. I mean, you get a 2 versus 1 on site there, and yes, you have the lower weaponry, but Akiman still comes out on top unscathed, bringing up a 2 versus 1 to then leave everything back in their favour. And you can just see the look of defeat on these players' faces, asking what more they can do. They're doing what they're told, they're doing what they need to, but they're just coming up against a brick wall that is unsmashable.
And I feel like sometimes they're doing the right thing, but the execution just isn't quite there. Like we speak about that double swing on Ackerman, it was slightly delayed. It was one person swinging, and then as the shots were landing, the second person swung out. And if they can just sync themselves up, if they can just get those issues sorted out and find a way to really synergize this squad together, we know that they are good enough to beat DRG, and they know that they have done it before. But if they are hoping to come back in this map, it's going to be a very big task, and it has to start somewhere. They need some magic to be pulled out the bag.
Not somewhere, it has to start now, Snow. If you lose this round, it's over. just for any mathematicians out there.
Yeah, that is a good start. If anyone didn't know about Valorant, then this round would be the ending one if it doesn't happen to come through. But they are just trying to push the pace. But Spirits answers in turn, back and forth trades across the map. Danny has no escape route, had to win that fight and does not manage to do so. Ackerman in the smoke, ready, waiting, 1-for-1 trades as well, but it's still DRG having the numbers advantage. Vukashu not even needed to be activated. Spirit says, I will do everything alone this map. Don't even worry about it. And the only issue for them is that they're probably not going to get their 30 bomb.
No, they give Simon a chance here to clutch up. But Vukashu and Flexen on full HP. Simon dwindled down to 30, but for Simon's favour, it's a 1 versus 1 regardless of what site they choose, but so little information on where these players are held. It's going to make it difficult. And as they peek down into stairs, Flexen is holding the angle, and DRG clean this one up 2-0 in a spectacular fashion. They answer the critics back and show that the upper semi-final was just a fluke, a chink in their armour, but they're certainly right back at it.
We're just counting down now. We started 13-6. This map's 13-5. Is that a sign for things to come in Haven? Are we looking at a 13-4 to DRG there? It's just looking like pure domination. And some of it is just, you spoke about the amount of shooters that DRG has.
Yep.
Spirit's monstrous performance here. And it's, yes, we know that this player can pull out these performances, but what can you do when VCT is firing, Spirits is firing, Ackerman is coming through and just landing some insane shots? There is nowhere you can go that you are safe because these players are just pulling out miracle plays after miracle play.
Yeah, I think VALORANT are going to be looking at that one kind of scared to see what's going on, worried that they might fall second again if DRG are to get themselves through into this grand final tomorrow. And for DRG's side, they're showing marked improvements from the first time these two teams played up in the upper semis, and right now they're swiftly becoming favourites to get back into VCTCN.
And I just love the way that they're playing with so much confidence today. Yep. We're seeing these players just willing to almost take so many one and done angles and just manage to get 2 or more out of it. It's very much a VCTCN staple of people taking these aggressive fights, swinging out of smokes, but DRG embracing that completely in this matchup. Just like their Spirits walking up mid, being so willing to take these fights and just trusting that they have the ability to win them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was AQ that turned the aggression in that last map that got things back.
No one. Careful, maybe I go blend in now. Do.
Guys, come.
两个70打40一起打就好。
拉从这边拉。
10秒。
楼梯。
爆能器已部署。
有点陡啊，兄弟。
B 想
家里应该是家里，我跟你讲，应该是家里。
右楼梯回来好像能开吗？
哪里？
包点有一个。
包点黑。
下雨墙。
看到。我们在家里，兄弟。没有，他在 B 点，看到二楼一个。
看黑边有一点。
在架，快点在架。他是快点。Nice！
我把他刀了，兄弟，我把包点的刀了。
So I think the one thing that we get to see there is Spirits is certainly high on their spirits, standing up confident, full of joy, full of laughter. Reclaimed that MVP, 388 ACS, a 2.9 KDA snow. Oh.
That's mental. That's mental. 9 multi-kills. You know you only get a multi-kill if you get a 3k above, right?
I mean, they were literally just almost every round. Like,
that's literally more than half the rounds. This player is just destroying people. You look at the lethal zones, you look at where they're getting those kills. All across the map, everywhere. It doesn't matter what position they're in, Spirits are just finding these kills. And I feel like it started all the way here, back at the start. We're seeing these MVP highlights. This was the second round. Yep. This was the eco round where Spirits just pulled it out of the bag and managed to get a 4k to win them in such a dire situation that off the back of that, DRG just really ran with.
The knife. We didn't need to see the knife again. We didn't need to do them dirty, man. We could have just skipped that one production. There was no need. AQ are already feeling bad enough. We didn't need to remind them. But so I'm genuinely just full of worry as we head into this next map on Haven for a team that seem to be just getting better and better on how this is going to look. Because, I mean, Spirits had a good first map. I think it's safe to say that the second map was a markable improvement. The rest of the team maybe not quite as much, but that's because Spirits had killed them all anyway, so there was no one for them to get with.
How is anybody else supposed to do anything if Spirits has killed 3 members of the team before you see anybody? Like, it's crazy how well this player was playing, and it is terrifying for any questions, because how do you combat this when DRG is playing with such confidence and fighting you in positions that you're just not expecting?
Yeah, I don't, right? You don't. And
okay, great. Thanks. That's my color caster, everybody. You just don't. You just lose. Apparently, that's all any questions have. But
am I wrong? Is that what we've just seen? It is what we've just seen. I'm not wrong in this. They tried different things. I mean, listen, when it came to playing on Sunset, they tried being more aggressive. It got them some success. They didn't have the chance to do that. Well, actually, they did, and it worked for them. So it's to be more aggressive that's probably the answer, to not give up that space in the first place. But then when it came to the attacking side, it fell apart, right? And we were expecting them to get 8 from what we seen last time, but it just was not there. And I've genuinely just got a sickening feeling in my stomach as we head into this next map. So I'm worried, man. I'm worried.
Well, you're going to have to wait with that sickening feeling. You get a little bit of a break to resettle yourselves, Veggie, but make sure anybody watching, you don't go anywhere, because it could potentially be the deciding map right after this break.
Whoa, did you see that? That's the DRG train steaming by, ready to get into the grand final.
The DRG train, Veggie, it's the dragon. They're riding the dragon.
Oh, the heat's too much. It's unbeatable. No, but listen,
I mean-
you talk, on you go. I'm feeling nonsense.
Look, all I'm hoping for is that any questions, pull something out the bag, because I am wanting some fire in this series. Right now, it's been nothing. The flame has been extinguished from any questions, and so far DRG has just been running over them, and I want them to fight back a little bit, you know, maybe bring out a bit of the water, extinguish this flame that Dragon Ranger Gaming has, and bring yourselves some momentum into this series. And if there's any map to do it on, it would hopefully be Haven, because we haven't seen DRG play this map, which could be a benefit, but also everything is hidden.
I mean, they also didn't play it at Champs. There's another. They had a 25% win rate throughout Stage 2 in VCT CN, so there is a little bit of hope for this Any Question side, right? It's not like DRG are incredible on this map. They've lost it quite a number of times, but you mentioned you want to see AQ slay this dragon. Well, I suggest they get themselves to the Heroes Guild in RuneScape, take up that Dragon Slayer quest, and finish this once and for all. Get themselves into prime position, take the head off the dragon, and start grinding this game out. I just had to get a RuneScape reference in, I'm sorry.
It is a big ask though, to go about just finding a victory in a map where one, not super experienced, two, DRG's picked it, so you know they're feeling confident, and you definitely know they're feeling confident about their gunplay, considering how these first two maps have went.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard not to, right? It'd certainly be hard not to feel confident when you're gunplay, when you've got a Julius dropping a almost 400 ACS and a 2.6 KD in that last map. But listen, as things start off, it's AQ going adventuring up and to be here. Only one trip for a little bit of information, but look how far up DRG have come. They've got A control, they're heading out, they're quickly on the attack, and AQ are going to have to be wondering where all the players are.
Danny finds an opening pick, which is very much needed, looking for more as well, but gathers the information, and it's not B anymore, it's a B fake into A. But now it's a weird situation. DRG are on the attack. We've flipped the sides here, Veggie, but DRG are forced into a push. They're forced into a crossfire. Yuzhan waiting for both of these players, but it's still a 1 versus 2. Spirits, the MVP of that last map. Big ask for them, and they're not able to convert. And Any Questions pulling out the pistol round, but this is something we've seen before from them. Let's see if they blunder round 2.
Yeah, but the one positive note there, Snow, is that a point that you picked up in that last map was that they weren't swinging together, right? When it was situations of 2 versus 1s, it was individuals swinging and then the next player swinging. At least in this pistol, we get to see Any Questions swinging it together. You can see that fight coming together, and it's only one because Spirits has no angles to take, right? It is a fully 2v1. We're not giving them the ones, we're making it tough. But we've seen them fall apart before. They have invested heavy into this round, Snow. Can AQ just secure it?
A Marshall on Flexen, Vukashi with that Sheriff. We've seen both these players land some shots before. They're hoping that maybe an opening pick could be what they need to give themselves a bit of momentum, get a weapon off of Danny or Simon, and go from there. But Any Questions just taking their time, not wanting to take any risks. But if you look at your minimap, Ackerman pushed so far forwards.
He's right down. It means that DRG know pretty much exactly where this team have to be, right? You've got the footsteps that would not have been heard going through Garage, Akiman holding down C, and everyone is set ready to pounce when this attack comes in. But it's going to be EQ who come out victorious, but a weapon has now been picked up, but just as soon as that, it's dropped right back to the ground. The site fully taken, min-maxing who gets the ult, and as Akaman peeks down into middle, it's a little bit messy, calling it custard cream, but GRQ gets the final kill and seals it out.
And finally, some normality in this series. Winning that second round as they should have. Taking a couple Bulldogs into their bonus now, which is definitely a good situation to be in. And if they can maybe pull out a little bit of spice. We've seen them play slow these first 2 rounds, and I would expect maybe some kind of counter from DRG. A little bit more risk-taking from this squad to really push the tempo and take control of the game.
more risk. They've pushed out of their own spawns at both times. What do you mean?
hey, push out faster. That's all you need to do. That's the risky part. They're doing it slow. They're walking out now, but it's actually risk being taken from any questions. They know with these short-range weapons, if they can get control of B, these shotguns can really work. A Judge and a Bucky in hand, but Flexen gets three kills with the Judge, and judgment has been passed. And any questions, you are not worthy to take this site.
At least the spike was planted. Yay! That's a positive.
Yeah, the extra money plus 250. They're gonna be happy about it. But I mean, I'm glad that that the round went the way it did, because it at least lets us talk about this game in a normal way. We no longer have to think about, oh, one team winning 3 in a row, someone losing the anti-eco. You know, we finally get a nice fall by round. Yeah,
oh my
a normal
goodness.
round for map 4, for round 4.
If Danny buys a weapon. There we go. Phew, I was worried for a second that we were going to see some strange strat. But yeah, normality has finally been restored in this best of 5. The pistol converts into the anti-eco, and DRG picking up that first rifle round. But now it's all rifles in hand. Flexen's got a bulldog instead of the Judge that was invested before. A little bit of aggression prepared for this A main hit, and it's the flashes, it's the utility that comes out on top for DRG, and a triple kill is only equalised by Yuzhong getting a 3k of their own.
What is going on this round? It's pure chaos for both these teams. Utility galore, gunshots raining through. Now Spike's been picked up. We've pretty much had a full reset. We're playing the 2 versus 2 version of Valorant here. Big map style. They could have their pickings for any site that they want to go to, but they think potentially B would be a weakness, and they would be correct about that, considering that only 2 players on the map means they can't really hold everything.
Yeah, I thought 2 versus 2s were only at Valentine's Day. You know, the duo queues that pop up. I thought it was set for that, but it's going to be a match made in heaven if AQ can convert this one. Danny so low health. It's got to be Yuzhong that goes powerful, has the ult should things go a little bit scratch, but DRG quickly closing this gap up, knowing that the spike is down on B. You see Danny looks to be that first point of contact for Yuzhong to swing off, which is a smart play, baiting off their own player, but actually the false sense of security allowed the main to be taken.
And they know the players are there. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Yuzhong not able to get the ace, but has given Danny the opportunity. Flexen has no idea where they are. The timing is perfect, but the shot is not. And Flexen wins the round when their team needs it, equalizing the scoreline now. And this is where this map gets interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that scenario, right, for AQ, it's unfortunate that it's Yuzhong that takes that first fight, because you leave Danny alone on 30 HP in a clutch situation. You have to hit the heads, and for your opposition, they just need to hit the body once, and it's all over. But
it's a headshot anyway, you know.
Yeah, it just
only needs to hit the body.
measure.
Goes for the head anyway. That's why their name's Flexen. They always be flexing on these players.
Yep, the muscles are out, the gym's going, but it's back to a simple A hit for AQ. All 5 members heading into here. They've not really set anything up yet in terms of people to worry about, but it's just going to be a fast play. The Neon ult comes out. I think we've got some shotguns blasting out there as well, and just like that, the site's been taken. No further aggression to be hit yet, though.
And yet again, Stingers, shotguns galore. Some rifles picked up as well, and Spirits with an operator. It's not going to be the best situation for them. Has access to that dimensional drift if they want to get that info. And if they want to find out where these players are, they will do so. This info being passed across to the team, but what will they do with this? Vukashu peeking out with an outlaw gets 1, and everybody else is coming through now as well. The shorty does nothing. The operator finds a kill, but it's now Flexen left alone with that weapon. And smartly so, will back away and save that one for the next round.
I think we genuinely need to report Spirits for that Yoru play there. He just tried to jump out of his ult while also placing the clone down in front of 3 people.
Look, sometimes you gotta do Yoru things. Yoru things to make the magic happen, but sadly this time, not going to be so. Preparing for the nerfs, you know, trying to make it so that so that the oral isn't as useful.
Sure. Any questions though? Get themselves into the lead on this Haven side. It's what you kind of expect to see coming in. At least the operator was saved, and for AQ, it looks like they're choosing the right site not to challenge into this op. The camera will reveal that information if Spirits peaks a little bit longer. But you can see AQ are kind of happy to continue to play a little bit slow. They've had that pace increase on that last round. They know the weaponry is going to be worse off for DRG, so they don't need to put themselves into situations where it kind of gives them that disadvantage. But if they head towards this garage, Snow, Akaman is in a great position to capitalise after slowing himself.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal position to be in. I would love to see a bit of aggression to maybe force a player towards this operator, see if you can get an opening pick, but so far just looking to play a little bit of a trap and knowing that there's an operator in play. Any questions trying to take these shorter angles? They managed to find a kill. Spirits had to back away, is going to find their way forwards now. Flexen finds the timing, it's perfect to get a rifle, but they will not survive with it. This B site taken. Vukashu's already here though. Ultimates flying back and forth. And now Nick could be the hero if they can just find this kill. Spirits misses a shot. Unlikely of them, uncharacteristic for this player. But now with a stinger and a dream, Nick trying to find any kind of timing to get a kill. But it's Simon just staying strong and winning a round that any questions needed to win.
And a must-win round. It really does just come down to Spirits missing that angle. You expect them to pick up the kills. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't. But for any questions, so we're starting to see them build up a lead. It's something that we've not really seen them do since the very start of the whole series coming together. We just need them to keep that up and start to show why this isn't one of DRG's best maps. Show why they only have a 25% win rate in VCTCN with this. This is their best chance of continuing this series.
And it's something we didn't quite get to mention beforehand, but Simon on that bread and butter breach, something that this player has won champions with. And we know that they have the skill, we know that they have the experience to make this agent really work. But a peek out from Spirits, the aggressive play, catches any questions off guard yet again.
But now, at least it's post-plant. You have the spike down, you can start to turn things back into your favour. Make DRG do the hard work, make them get back on site, start to wait for the utility to come back online. There goes the wheelie out. It's not going to hit anyone, but a spike back to site, and there's the Hunter's Fury to deny the rest of the entry. And it's AQ finding all the success right now. Everything is flowing back their way. Simon, full of the juice, standing up, telling DRG to go back home.
Giving them the sit down as well, giving it as they take it. Any questions now, getting that confidence, building that hype up. But if they get a bit too overzealous, they can drop the ball. We know DRG are like a viper, waiting to strike. And when their moment comes, they can just turn this game around.
But will it be now? Will they allow this timeout to really come into fruition? DRG's first timeout of the series, Snow. The coaches finally having to earn a little bit of their paycheck, address the problems that are being seen. And I kind of think it is back to your point of what you said earlier on. Yes, we've seen the aggression right at the start, but there hasn't been too much after that. We're kind of respecting any questions a little bit too much and allowing them to dictate how this pace is going to be played out. Start to turn things back into your own favour. Yes, it's defence on Haven, but you cannot allow yourselves to be only taking 2 rounds into the next half.
I think what we saw before on the past 2 maps from DRG was unrelenting confidence and a bit of unconventional play. They would find themselves in weird positions, swinging out smokes when you wouldn't quite expect it. And they've been playing this map a little bit too standard for my liking.
Yep.
We haven't seen a few of those weird angles where they can just catch people off guard and win fights they shouldn't.
Yeah, we're not really seeing too much counterplay with Akiman and Spirits as well, right? You've got your two duelists to kind of set up each other quite nicely with the TPs, the slows, the dashes across, but playing completely separate games at the minute. Want to start to see that relationship build up and become stronger as this matchup continues, but here's a little bit of pace. It's Spirits who takes the first contact. That was the hero rifle. That's exactly the start that you needed coming into this round.
Exactly what we asked for as well. A bit of a risk, a bit of an unconventional play that nets them a kill. And while they are still down when it comes to this weaponry, an A stack, 3 members here predicting that this is where any questions are going to go, and they are incorrect this time, but there is utility waiting for them on C.
Yeah, they have the camera to try and get that early info. The silent walk-ups, at least once it's been shot, will give the information that that's where the site hit is coming. The rest of the recons now coming in starts to allow DRG to get a little bit of confidence that this is just a straight up site hit, but with the way the map's been played, there could be a lurking agent close by that you will like to worry. But look at this, they've planted for side and they're going to try and take a little bit of space. There goes the ult, try and capitalise on it as well, straight into window. The slow just stops things down and now it's a brawl.
Nobody sees anything. We don't even know what's going on, but we know there's kills happening. We know there's trades back and forth, and it is in fact DRG that have found themselves forward, that have found themselves the kills, and it is Spirits being the hero that the team needs yet again.
And it's that kind of ruthless aggression that AQ tried to show off a site to take the fight to DRG that becomes the downfall, right? It's not planted for you to take space off a site, it's planted for you to kind of hold from below, and as soon as you give up that space, you could just see DRG be like, okay, we're going to run through garage, we're going to get on the spike, and now you need to try and challenge back onto us. You've just used your huge breach ult, which is phenomenal at killing time and denying the spike getting diffused. Thanks for that, we appreciate it. Let's go on.
Finding the perfect scenario within the chaos, and we see there Simon, the stun to get them off the angle. They know that now there's not an operator in play. Yoru not going to have that one in their hands. And any questions? Doesn't have mid control just yet, but Ackerman going to back away and give control over.
Yeah, I like the attempt. It's just unfortunate that the drone catches Ackerman on the peak. It's a smart play through, but now as Danny wanders up onto A, raids into the raid boss and takes down Spirits, leaving this A site a little bit weaker than before, calls in the reinforcements, a bit of a faster pace coming through, and now that Heaven control's been taken as well, this retake only gets more difficult.
And I think it's just a straight save. It's DRG not wanting to risk this round. Maybe could look to play for some exits, but it's not even worth it with the economy that any questions have built up.
Don't mind them going hunting, to be fair, if AQ wanted to get a little bit hungry and go further out, but they won't. They'll play it safe. They'll see if any aggression comes in as DRG get an unofficial timeout to kind of talk through what's going wrong, where they're finding the lack of success. But it really just came down to Danny venturing up through sewers and getting that kill that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would be proud of through the sewers, and now they get to escape with all the weapons. But 5 left alive for AQ Snow allows them to have that mass money pit going into the next few rounds.
And now we've spoke about it from a perspective of any questions and how they're going to find themselves back in this series, but they've managed to do so. They've managed to find a way to shut down this DRG style of play. And is there anything that you want to see change from the DRG squad side to pull them back into this?
I mean, it's still the same stuff that we talked from before the timeout, right? I wanted to see them being a little bit more unconventional, like you said, wanted to see a little bit more aggression, but it's that second wave of it, right? They had, you see the first wave of aggression kind of taking the space, but then after that, they just kind of stood back and allowed the space to be retaken again without challenging it, without clearing any more question marks, and allowed AQ to then just stick to, after 10 seconds into the round, yeah, it's fine. We've done what we were set out to do. No problem, no challenges, and maybe need to think about how they have a second wave of attack.
Utility to watch the flank coming through. Vukashi knows that there's one on site now. Spots a shoulder, and that is all they need to find a kill. And the spike is down on site. There is a minute left to gain that one back, though. But it is a terrible position to be in. And Spirits playing aggressive, just moving forwards, and has the players to support as well. And here we see it, the DRG's play style, the unconventional style of fighting that just comes through when they need it. A flash out as well, and Spirits with yet another 4K when DRG needs it. Stand up, take a bow, have a wave, do everything you need to do to hype yourself up, because DRG will be thankful that they have this player on their side.
I'm watching this Yoru play, and I'm like, don't do it. He stood with his ult on like a minuscule of a second with like 3 people looking at him, puts his clone out, and then instead of just being like, respect the space, let them peek into me, he's like, nah, let's peek into 3 people, and comes away with 2 kills and the other one nowhere near. It's just so ridiculous what Spirits can get away with uncontested, and you just, that's a man, it's just like, it must be so infuriating for any questions. They start to think they're doing something right. They start to feel things going their way, and then Spirits is just like, I'm a disrespect every single one of you and your dogs and take the whole game in my pressure.
Okay, fair enough. but yeah, first time out used by any questions now to really reassess what's going on and maybe just cut off the momentum. I feel like there's not really anything that they need to change. DRG just had a very good round where they shut them down, and they just wanted to take a second to calm themselves down, to make sure DRG doesn't get too hyped as well, and reassess what's going on, and apparently buy an attack side operator.
Yeah, I mean, Yuzhong was cracked with the operator on Sunset for the couple rounds that it was working, so why not give it a chance? See if you can capitalize on some aggression coming from DRG early on, peak some of the close angles and give yourself a 4v5 advantage early on. But unfortunately for them, no one decides to peek down A. It's a walk down mid instead from Spirits, hoping to try and catch this player off that's breaking down the door. Going to tuck into window now. This is such a nasty walk from Spirits. The problem is the TP is going to run out, so should they continue to play in here, they don't really have a way out.
Fully committed to the play now, and it's a good risk if they can find the timing, and they do, but they only find 1 kill. Needs to get away if they can. Never mind, just get them both and leave off the back of that. And now the pressure fully on any questions. The information from DRG is there. They know exactly where these players are.
You think he just has to escape because the TP's run out and walks away with 2 kills. There's the ult finding some value, but now slowed, stops any form of aggression coming in. They really thought about sending it down, but chooses to back up, sees it's a 2-person fight and does not want to take it. But it's Yuzhong who keeps answering back with this operator that makes this slightly more winnable.
But a crossfire that they would need to battle into. 20 seconds left, and Yuzhong taken down during the dash. And DRG have fully clawed their way back into this. 6-5 so far to any questions. And this last round could be the thing that decides the series.
Yeah, I'm enjoying watching Spirits play. This is an absolute joy. It's stressful, don't get me wrong, but it's an absolute joy to see how this Yoru agent can be played to full fruition. What are we about to watch? Observer, please go back to Mick. I want to see this. I'm aware we're also watching Ackerman peek out with an op into 3 people, but...
to support as well. You asked for it. You wanted Spirits and Ackerman to combine together, and they do exactly that. And now both of them ready, lying in wait for a potential C push. Any questions? Rightly so, gonna have to back away.
On the last round of the half, that's what you face into. Look at this double kill trip as well.
Yeah, you ain't getting through there. Danny, there's no chance you're walking into sight, buddy. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's like when you go to McDonald's after a night out and they have a bouncer. It's just, it's not acceptable. You're not getting in. Not tonight, pal. Look at this ult. Reveals 2 players, a promise of a third, and just commits ult of it. Just commits it.
And I mean, there's a certain point where maybe you have a bit too much confidence, and I think we found that point right there.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I think it's fine. It's what he's been doing all game and somehow been getting away with it. It just so happens it's up against Simon, who's also incredible at the game. That makes this one a little bit more difficult. But with time tickling down so far away, this 3-player hold on site might just be good. But Ackerman dashes is going to cause a little bit of chaos. But it's 2 kills in the favour of DRG. The Nightfall comes in. Danny evades, his health pool comes back up and he swings into heaven, looks for the gods above and finds the kill that wins the round. AQ taking advantage into this next half.
But it is only 2 rounds. It is the highest round count they have had of this series so far. If you are just waking up and joining us, it is DRG 2-0 up in the series. And you might be thinking to yourself, oh, that's to be expected. DRG, very good team. Last time these 2 teams faced off against each other, it was a 2-0 victory for any questions. And DRG very much making this series a statement series for themselves.
They're in full drive and seat control. If they can pick up this pistol as well, it should be a swift route to victory, you would have to feel. Especially with the composition that's coming out, with how Spirits is playing, with Ackerman starting to warm up. AQ on their last legs, you have to start to feel like, which feels so strange given they're 7-5 up on this map, but it just feels like things are not quite going their way given how far ahead they were in this first half as well. So it's this half time that is really the final stand for this team.
And Spirits again.
390. This guy.
246 damage per round is insane at the half. I mean, single-handedly keeping this team afloat. The fact that they've had a performance like this and they only have 5 rounds is crazy to think about. And now you're just thinking, what about if someone else on DRG also steps up? There's just no chance for any questions, is there?
Nah, listen, if Vukashu or Ackerman get into full swing like we know they can, I genuinely think it might just be one of those FFs. Like we spoke about, just jumping into the abyss. That is what you would be doing if you face up against DRG when you have all 3 of them fully firing. And I mentioned that Ray Atom will be watching this with a little bit of a scare going on. So I feel like if they can really turn up, then Ray Atom will be worried.
Well, you talk about jumping into the abyss. For any questions, that would be the best result so far. Hoping to head to that next map, Abyss. But it might not be the case for them. DRG pushing the tempo. It's only 10 seconds into the round and the spike's already down. And Ackerman says, bye-bye, see you later. Teleport straight out of there. Spirits, the raid boss of this map and last, has already gone down. Spike's been tapped, but DRG are calm. They know that no one's on it. They know that it is just a fake. And they are waiting for the potential pressure to come through. As any questions pushes forwards. And Ackerman's left alone and taken down by Yuzhun. And just like that, any questions have won this first round and given themselves a chance to gain that momentum.
Yeah, and I feel like they handled that really well, right? It's got to be a strange feeling knowing that the round has just started and you're already having to try and defuse the spike, but they played it patient. They drop a player right at the start, but they still have the util that's online because you've not had a chance to use it for anything. The paranoia that came in was beautiful to allow the rest of the team to pop out. Yuzhong playing time and Garage to pop out and peak when they had to, just meant that DRG had too much to worry about. And they give themselves a really strong chance of continuing this matchup.
No outlaw this time. Picked up for either team.
Is that
and
the
no
first,
risky purchase?
The first time we've seen that in all 3 maps in the second round that they've not picked up an outlaw?
I think so. And you know, DRG playing it a little bit safer this round. We've normally seen them pick up at least one kind of marshal or an outlaw to try fight their way through, but just committing to the classics. Only VUCASHU on that sheriff would have to land some shots if they are hoping to win this round. But a TP through from Spirits, and that's nothing. The site has been gained, so if the spike goes down, potentially a little bit of money for themselves. But trades are still happening, and we found ourselves in a 3 versus 3, and FFS, not the best weapon to work with right here. Going to be taken down as well. Spike doesn't even need to go down. They just keep pushing forwards, but Yuzhan is here. The player that has been carrying any questions in this map so far has been the star, but cannot make it happen. As VUCASHU, the raid boss, is back.
Yeah, just when you think things are starting to go well, AQ give themselves a chance. I mean, GRQ sitting on site there for so long, its position unnoted. It looked like that was potentially going to be the winning factor when the pinch came through, but ultimately just not able to get the damage done. Akaman creeping up through window into the back. DRG once again winning an anti-eco.
And any question's going to be really feeling the pressure right now. It's the best they've performed in this series so far, but losing a much needed round for themselves to keep that momentum. And they've decided to go a little bit of aggressive, pushing that bookie forwards through A main.
Yeah, I like the drone out just to see if they can take any aggression. The stun comes out, but VUCASHU is all over that. There's the outlaw that you were questioning where that was before. Well, it's here to play. It's picked up the first kill, and it's certainly going to be looking for more. But with all this information, all this shooting going on around mid, they know C site is open. They're just going to make their way up. Yes, Simon collects for one, but the rest of the bodies are known. It's going to allow VUCASHU to tease going away, but actually just make sure no one disrespects the cage and backs off now.
One weapon picked up. GRQ would have to go huge. Would need to really be the pivot point for this to find some kills, but there's no way that you're expecting Ackerman to be here. It's such an advanced position, and just like that, these 2 kills should be cleaned up nice and easily. Say thank you very much, and round score almost equalized, but more importantly, DRG starting to build themselves a little bit more momentum.
It's starting to, not just the momentum, but confidence coming back into their ways. You can see they're happy to take the fights as well. It's not showing this kind of shadow of themselves. They're still playing the way they want to play. Even VUCASHU trying to see if anyone's disrespecting that cage. An unconfident player just backs off and plays with the team. They are fully here, ready to go. Still have that outlaw on, and there's a couple half armors. Half the team, in fact, able to fall down to one shot to this gun.
All 5 members committing to the C site. Oh, this might be a bloodbath, Veggie. I see these Any Questions gamers committing over to this site as well. Ackerman's going to lead the charge, going forward. The flash is perfect, and Spirits is there to back them up. You asked for it on defense, but you will be happy with it on attack.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see when you bring in this duelist combination. The ability for not only just the flashes to kind of cause the chaos, but the dash and the TP coming in together, and then you can combine the slow as well. It's an absolute beautiful but deadly combination, and FFS kind of just has to be saying their initials out loud, right? What else can I be doing? I've had to just remain in this one position for the start of the round and just wait for the next round to come through.
And you look where all 4 of those blue crosses are on the minimap. It was fully predicted by Any Questions. They knew exactly where the hit was going to be. They had a 4 stack. That if you look in VOD review, you think and you go, oh, that is perfect. We've predicted exactly where they're going to go. But the brute force of DRG was too much to stop.
Yeah, it really is just that combination. There's almost nothing you can do about it. Just when you try and take the timing to avoid the flash, you've got one TP on top of you and another one taking a higher angle that you're never going to be able to clear so fast that even if you deal with Spirits, by the time you've flicked across to Ackerman, the rest of the team are starting to catch up. And the replay just
there as well.
Yeah, that replay just shows how difficult that is to deal with, and I'm actually not sure that you can deal with it.
You've literally got 3 agents with movement abilities all full committing, and it's it's that timing of all of them going together that we wanted to see from DRG earlier on. And, you know, they've been showcasing that they have this prowess as individual shooters, and we were saying that maybe the utility isn't always quite there, but that round showed that they have done their homework and they have prepped some very clean set plays.
I can't wait for next patch where you see DRG do that exact same play, but instead of VuKaShu playing Cypher, he's playing Vito, and he's also TPing in.
You've got all 4 members just TPing in, all on site together. I mean, that would be a spectacle to witness. But it's Any Questions just took that time out. They have to reassess. They have to think about what they can do, because you look at it from a pure tactics perspective, they predicted it perfectly. They were all in the right spot to counter that one, and the utility was just so clean. And now you have to question, do they commit even harder to fighting on these sites, or do they just look to play for these retakes and let DRG burn that utility?
But this has been a common theme throughout this series, that AQ have the tactical read, they have the know-how. It just comes down to that final frontier where it is actually reminded you that it is an FPS game. You have to shoot them. You have to be able to get the kills, and DRG so far have just been streets ahead in every one of those regards.
The outlaw menace, VuKaShu, hunting for some picks, but it's Danny that finds the timing. He's going to get away scot-free. I'm going to be very happy with that one.
Just got the kill, put the cage up, gun away, sprinted for the life back onto site to then be backed up by Yuzhong. And that's going to kind of slow down DRG a little bit, put a pin in their plans for now, make them reassess what they want to do. At least they know the Cypher's position, but the problem for them is the Cypher utility's spread across the rest of the map. It's not directly there to hold down C. The whole plan was to get that kill and force them elsewhere.
VuKaShu doing what VuKaShu does, just trying to cook a little bit, isolated by themselves in the middle of the map. Information is there for Any Questions, but this site doesn't really have the same firepower. A classic on FFS. They are relying on Yuzhong to really make this round work. The trip has been spotted, has been taken out. The utility is being thrown by both these sides, and Spirit is backside, but the retake is already there. But it's a fake, but somehow Spirit finds 2! Spirit is just battling off everybody by themselves, and the spike goes down on B. The ankles completely broken for this Any Questions side.
The only thing for DRG is they don't have a second layer flank coming in. Spirits was that one roll of the dice to try and cause the chaos, but as they push through this smoke, Flexing is on top, VuKaShu's on bottom.
Gosh.
And the only thing below them is the bodies that they've left behind as DRG claim yet another round closer to victory.
And what a round as well. And it's just Spirits pulling the rabbit out the hat. Like, the play is so good to fake, and just the fact that they're able to get 1 kill, you would say that's enough. Yeah. But they get 2 and stall for so much time, forcing the team to use utility to clear them out. It's just crazy how effective that was.
Yeah, now we get to see how AQ react to that one. It looked like it was just going to be a lot of spam into that window, which did collect some stuff, but ultimately, so it's Spirits getting the kills, tries to follow up the dash recon in, but it's going to be AQ that answer back finally.
And it's the Odin being pulled out, the spam through the smoke that nets the kill, but it's still a 3 versus 3. The heroic play from Spirits was matched by AQ. It's a full rotate over to A, and DRG has done the same thing again.
I love this. They got hit by the reveal, let it show the direction, and then the second it popped off, haha, we got you. We're actually going to walk elsewhere. Now they get to put the kill information down themselves. They will reveal the information that this is a 3 versus 1 if they get onto site fast enough. But TRQ has the paranoia, pops it in, the reveal in the smoke gives away that position, and it just has to kill time for the reinforcements to come through, but it doesn't kill time, he kills everybody! It picks up a 4K to get 9 on the board.
Needs to kill time, just massacres any hope that DRG had. I mean, 1 spray down kills everybody. And I was looking at it, I was like, oh, it's an awkward situation. DRG's gonna swing it. A 3 versus 1 doesn't matter if you're just this good at the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that reaction there is all of our reaction, right? The whoa, that's exactly how we all reacted into that situation. Not expected, but certainly appreciated to see the moment come in. And DRG have to react back to this. They want a faster play, but they didn't see GRQ in the behind. Spirits on sights with a shorty, but walks straight into GRQ, who's continuing this momentum form.
What is going on? FFS is just spraying through the smoke, just hoping that nobody else tries to push through. And DRG done the right thing again. They've drawn members over towards C. They're going to rotate over to A, but this time the numbers are disadvantaged for them. Vukashu has been spotted. Does manage to get away with their life, but there's 2 players on the hunt.
Yeah, he's not going to expect them to be this far pushed up, right? Especially when you've seen players. They're just going to hold. Vukashu will check it, surprisingly, but it's unfortunate not to claim one, but it gives the information up for Nick that there is players coming in behind.
2 people on either side. Each of them have to win their respective 1 versus 2. Ackerman doesn't do it. Makes it even harder for Nick. They have to hope to maybe isolate some fights, but the flash is so good from Simon. That is Champions level initiator play right there, holding AQ in this game.
Yeah, that is the one consistent that we've seen coming in from Simon so far, is the flashes have always been on point, have always been there to set the team up, but sometimes it just hasn't been taken advantage of, but this time it fully secures the round. AQ, despite how bad the last few rounds have looked, so they've put 2 together, they've got themselves back in the lead, and crucially got themselves onto double digits.
Spirits has double the kills of anyone else on his team. What is this performance? I mean, this is literally just, this is an insane performance. And if anybody else on DRG starts contributing a little bit to that fragging, it is looking rough for AQ. But so far, they're doing a good job of pretty much forcing Spirits to solo win the rounds. And it's working out for them. They're 1 round up at least, but they need to get more.
At least they know that the site is going to be here. The Hunter's Fury trying to catch anyone and get some chip damage, but all it really does is seal them into long a little bit deeper. Vukashu now wanting to go walking, exploring the other site, see if they can pick up a timing and really be that player that causes the difference. But with no pressure, just the tripwire holding out A, there could be 2 players choose to come down that. They seem to have the read that that's where this team are going though, so you can see the spam into main, the stun was primed and ready to go. AQ starting to get flustered.
DRG taking that little bit of doubt from AQ and trying to push more ideas into their head, throw even more fakes, make them question themselves. The one benefit is you look at AQ, their hold, they have so many people pushed up on A. They have so much information as to where this spike could be.
Yeah, and this camera on site as well is just taking any doubt out of garage, out of long. The full read, like you said, it's crucial down to those players on A. The hit comes in, the flash is perfect. There comes Akiman following it up. There's the hits we were looking to see, and as the spike gets committed, Simon, yes, has made their way down, but there's just nothing to do. It all comes down to that combination. Once again, it was just about killing enough time so that the bodies were spread out just enough.
Tit for tat. Every single time one of these teams wins a round, the other just punches straight back. But it's these set plays from DRG that so far AQ haven't been able to counter. And this C site looking like a little bit of a weakness, barring that one magical round where we saw that triple spray down from GRQ. Outside of that, DRG has just been able to get C whenever they want.
What's surprising is DRG don't just keep going back to that well. They are continuing to switch things up and make AQ think, especially when it comes down to this one being such a heavy eco round that it could put DRG on to 11. But if AQ can convert an eco, they give themselves a phenomenal chance, and they seem to have the read that A site is going to be that hit once again. Tactically, they're so aware.
So much utility going to be used though. The stun, the fault line slows them down. Everything coming forwards, but they just can't make their way through. Spirits is a bit too aggressive, and it will be their death, but it's traded out cleanly by the rest of the squad. Now with only a Bucky, a Sheriff in the hands of Simon and Yuzhen, they're going to have to make something work. The ultimate's going to be used. The Zap Zap Laser tries to find some kills, manages to get one, but they need more as Flexen clutches this one out, puts them onto 11, and DRG have a lead in this match.
Yeah, the Zap Zap Laser wasn't able to find what it was. Flexen had the bucket of water to chuck over them for the self-sabotage. I don't know, man. I actually just really enjoy watching this Whaley and Yoru combination. I want to see it done more. Like, if teams can really master it coming into this next act, it could be something that DRG are the pioneers and pivots to really show how dangerous it can be. But as they close away, they're 2 rounds away from sealing this best of 5 3-0 to meet Rare Atom tomorrow. But AQ still have a chance. They're not out yet.
I always love when you see DRG pressure one part of the map and Vukashi just runs away to go by themselves. it's like everybody else pressuring towards A. Vukashi's like, I'm going to see what's happening in mid.
And I mean, there's not much happening there, right? But there is 3 players wanting to walk down a little bit. And if Vukashu's wise enough, if the timing is correct, but that cage is going to reveal the position. It's going to be heard. But the swing now could be perfect. But for them, for AQ, it works in their advantage. Baiting out the swing from Vukashu forces this A-hit to be the only site coming in because there's no other space anywhere else on this map.
And Simon's already behind them as well. There's a double flank waiting to activate. And it's going to be a hard round for DRG to win.
But they have Spirits alive. And they have Akaman watching this flank who gets the first. And the second is actually retreated all the way back into main. There's no second wave. It's now a 4 versus 4 with only 2 choke points going to be activated. The stun, the flashes, everything is set up for Yuzhen to drop down and get the kills. And it will be a 4K cleaning up the site just like that when things looked to be going up for DRG. Down from the sky fell the Neon to clean things up.
And you can already feel any of the watch parties, the chats are going to be going crazy right now. They're going to be placing bets over time or not. That is the question we all want to know. Are we ending the series here? Are we at least going to have a banger map number 3? And for DRG, is it going to be them just sweeping out a 3-0? Or are we potentially looking at a reverse sweep from this AQ squad?
This is more of what we're expecting, right? None of these sweeps across the first 2. A tight, contested matchup is what we thought this was going to be coming in. And it's going to be a straight-up push from AQ, desperate to get themselves onto 12. They've taken everyone down. Vukushu was the last to stand, and he was the last to fall as AQ get themselves to 12. 1 away from the first map in this series, but DRG could take this to overtime.
And I believe the money situation right now for DRG is horrible. We might be forced onto a couple saves for them. And in the last round that could cement you in the grand finals, it's not the situation you want to be in. But for AQ, this could be the start of something huge.
And a much needed timeout coming in for DRG to discuss this, to make sure that they don't need to play into this next map. You do not want to have been in this drive-in position and be the team that gets reverse swept coming through this series. You had it in your grasp. You were fingertips away. Take this one to overtime. Get the job done. For AQ, it's a chance to cook up 1 win in set play. That's all it takes, no? 1 win in set play.
I think for them, all they need to do is figure out some counter to that C push. There is no doubt in my mind that if DRG wants to win this round, they have to go for that C push again because it's been so effective every time. And if AQ can think of some kind of counter to that push, that could be what they need to take it over.
And that's the thing, right? It has been one of those pushes. It's been so successful, but yet the last 3-4 rounds, we've seen DRG try and hit over towards A when they could be so close to winning. They could simply just do it, and it looks like, once again, I mean, it looks like AQ kind of had the thought process that maybe C was going to be it, leaving A a little bit weaker, but DRG fully set up for A and mid.
operator online for Yuzhan, but not going to be able to find a kill. Oh, Spirits almost loses their life right there. Both those players going to be clenching after that one. Mid control established from DRG. Question is, what will they do with it?
Question marks start to come out, which is why you see FFS using that drone to clear out over towards A. And as soon as that's done, the A site will be taken, but there's Util to play for post plant. The slow comes in to clear up the space, allowing the spike to try and get on, but it's Vukashu who gets caught lacking out on mid, trying to take a timing. Spirits will play the aggressor, try and play off the stun, finds the first kill, but backs off.
They don't know Ackerman's there. This could be the position. This could be what wins them the round. But no, Ackerman misses the shots. And just like that, the series will not be over.
Oh, the player that you would have been sure would be able to seal that one up fumbles the bag, drops it at the last hurdle, but for any questions, they've certainly answered a whole lot that we had given in the last two maps. And if we're being frank, the majority of this map as well, when it came through to it, DRG looked like they were starting to get online, looked like they were in the flow, but it's AQ who sweeps up at the last minute. And at the time of need, they give themselves another chance in this series.
One more chance. I mean, it would have to be a miracle run. It would have to be that reverse sweep. And the question is, how are DRG going to be looking on Abyss?
It's difficult because this was DRG's pick. We questioned it coming in, given they only had that 25% win rate. They hadn't played it throughout this tournament. It was clearly something that they didn't feel overly confident with. But now they go on to Abyss, sorry. They've played it once and they have won it. But you just have to feel for any questions. They'll have been prepared for it coming through, knowing that if they were going to win this, it was most likely going to be a long, drawn-out day. What do they have in store?
And the question really is, for me, is how much more does Spirits have in the tank? Because we've seen 3 monstrous maps. I mean, the past two have been insane. Pretty much single-handedly almost winning them both. And surely Spirits can't keep up a performance like this for the entire series.
I wouldn't count them out. Someone said that I wouldn't count them out. They certainly can. You didn't think you'd be able to drop as much as they would throughout the first map, throughout the second or the third, but yeah, here we are. MVP candidate for the tournament so far with what they've been bringing out. Let's hear the team comms coming through.
快去 A 区，你可以，别急，我们去把 A 拿回来，去把，对，没跟牛那个也去。下班了，我下班了。哎，听会给两烟，我给了个几烟。黑梦和欧文，不打，来。左边打头，还有一个，好像还有一个，还有一个，还有一个烟幕，他是第一个，他是黑狗，给黑梦，还有一个，我推，30打30，他被黑了，架子，他出不来。Nice！Let's go！ 加油！青蛙，你们狠狠的去对枪，我跟凉粉帮你们兜，好吗？我希望你们去操作，好不好？好，去打。但是他还是能看到我们啊！我看到。有。哎，这个，给，来着我了。威廉，徐凌聊。我等你们。威廉飞着。我几点好？快点好了，踩着了。帮我，我给左边。哇
I'm so glad it ended on that highlight, because that was just nuts in itself. That triple spray down. I mean, when it comes down to it and you look at the scoreline, we mentioned at the start, the last time these two teams played, there were close games. It's rounds like that in close games that swing it to your favour, where suboptimal standards, but yet you still pull through and win it. And it really just started swinging the comeback for AQ.
And we've got a translation of kind of what was being said. And right as that TP came through, right as we were about to see that triple spray, the team was saying, just go shoot them. Any utility I've got, I'll give it. So full confidence in each other for AQ. And it was kind of needed. Like, they needed this match. It was a close, grueling one. But after the last two maps, where one was a 13-6 loss, one was a 13-5 loss. And I mean, this one, by no margin, was fully in their hands. But the fact that they were able to bring it from the depths of the defeat to finally give themselves a map win is maybe a sign of better things to come in this series.
Yeah, 100%. Like we said, they head into Abyss next, which both teams have played throughout. Second, it'll be the third time, sorry, for any questions, having played it 2 times previously in the tournament. They've won it every single time. They look pretty decent on the map. Their defensive side is pretty sturdy. Their attack is kind of 50-50 based off of where it's going. And they just need to get through one more. They just need to get themselves back onto that Lotus at the end. And if anything has been learned from that map that we've just watched on Haven, is do not count any questions out, Snow.
Yeah, definitely. Some of the players they're pulling out, I really love to see. And DRG still that unconventional playstyle where they find themselves in weird positions, spirits, just full confidence, walking out on every angle they can. But the question is, can they find the same liberties on Abyss?
Yeah, well, we don't have too long to wait because we're going to send to a break. And when we come back, we will have all the action in this 4th map of the series. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and things are heating up, and this time it's not from the Dragon Breath, no, it's from any questions, starting to answer all the questions that they are bringing to the table. DRG finally been slain back a little bit, but we head to Abyss.
And that is the map, the all-important one. You were speaking about how AQ was staring into the Abyss. Well, hopefully all of that staring into the Abyss has finally given them the prep that they need to come through, win this map out, take us to a map number 5.
It's not a Mystic Meg ball. You're not looking into the Abyss going, oh, Mystic number, give me the answers. I don't think that's what the Abyss does. But
I mean,
maybe.
Look, at the very end of the day, clearly something that they did worked on map number 3, and hopefully Abyss, map number 4, they're managing to keep that momentum going. But I feel like any time AQ wins against DRG, it just has to be a close map. If you weren't here before, if you didn't watch the past series these guys had, it was a 14-12 win to AQ on map 1. It was a 13-11 win to AQ on map 2. That was the first time these guys faced in the upper bracket. And now, this series so far, the only map that AQ won was a 13-11. So it's just AQ can only win close games.
Okay, so AQ win checklist. Don't get stomped. Don't do the stomping. Only close.
Yeah, when they start
Kill
too
spirits.
good, that's when they lose. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So, I mean, we get to see spirits on Yoru for the first time today. I'm excited to see what comes through. see how Spirits is going to play this one. Is there going to be any crazy strategies coming out? Akaman going back to the well on that Whaley as well. I mean, it's...
That for me is the all-important one. Like we saw how effective it could be on Haven with some of those plays where they're triple TPing in with Whaley, Yoru and Omen all together, and we can see the same thing here on Abyss. If they've done their prep, if they've got their set strats ready again, we could see them just overrun this squad, because it doesn't matter how much Sentinel util or the Astra to slow down the push if you just teleport past it.
Based. Honestly, I mean, you can't argue with that. I feel like for my sanity here, we're going to need this one to finish in DRG's favour, because the more I'm watching Spirits, the more my kind of brain is melting with these Yoru plays. As the #1 Yoru fanboy in the world, it's hurting to see how well this agent can be played compared to how bad I play it. But it's going to be DRG starting themselves on attack on this map. AQ defending this B site into the 4 push. Vukashu doing the usual of, you guys go here, I'm going to go anywhere else. As they now assault onto site, the dash and flash combination doesn't work this time. It's actually a retreat that comes straight back in, and both players of AG left alive on site.
Spirits trying to be aggressive again, is going to be pushed back a little bit, and Flexen doesn't want to risk it. And they had complete control of the B site itself, but they say, nah, you can have that back. We're just going to back away and reset the round.
The timer now available to kind of tick down, but like you said, for DRG, losing Spirits early on, flexing down to such low HP as well right off the bat makes this pistol a little bit more difficult. And with 40 seconds close to being that timer, you're going to just manage to get to A if that's where you choose to go. And it seems like AQ kind of know that that's exactly what's going to happen, right? There's been so little noise over towards B, they can afford to stack onto this A site and start to prepare for the flood that's going to come back to that retake heavy gambling that they kind of play through.
It's been too quiet. No noise. They are just going to take that risk. It is still a 4 versus 4 on site so far. Danny hasn't made their way over just yet. And there's the spikes being planted. Shock darts are going to come through. Flexen has to put their fancy footwork on. With 8 seconds left, I feel like they're just going to push. AQ just taking that risk, swinging out, and there is no time to plant the spike anymore. This round is all but done for. And Nick with a couple consolation kills at the end, but no round win for them.
No, that's all it actually is, a consolation prize. The timer not against their side, but I feel like AQ played that absolutely perfectly, right? You said as soon as that plant tries to come in, they use their utility to deny it. As soon as it's been denied by that, you can afford to flood, but not everybody flooding. Making sure that there's still a second wave to come in if those first floods die, so that you don't lose the bodies. Time is on your side, my friend. Play with it.
Marshall going to be picked up for Vukashu. Seeing what this player can do with weapons that are headshot based. Maybe they can make something work in this round, but so far nobody going to be peeking them mid. Nobody going to be challenging towards that. Just a bit of A pressure from both these squads. With AQ having the superior weaponry, they don't want to make a mistake, so rightfully so, going to back away.
Now harvesting the orb though, making sure that they're min-maxing these rounds. You know, it's not a round that, I mean, I would normally say you're not normally favoured to win, but when it comes down to DRG, history would tell us otherwise. That this is very much a 80% win chance for them to come through with based off the last two maps.
Look, I don't think 80%. I'll give them like a solid 35 because Vukashi's already done a little bit of chip damage. That started the journey off, but Yujun shuts that idea down very quickly, and with a deadlock wall coming through, you only have classics. That is going to be very difficult for you to break. But 3 people watching Simon, just waiting for the swing out. Knives going to be used to crack that one open, but with 30 seconds left, they're just going to have to run in and commit.
剩余30秒。
We spoke about history repeating itself, but it looks like that last round is coming close to history. It's a sprint towards B, but it's not going to matter. The Vice is still there. Look at all the util that's still up. Yes, the wall is guarding on mid.
这里有
Are
枪。
they just going to jump off? Are they just... What? I think it has to be a jump off angle, right? It has to be.
兵刺已激活。
There's no time to get there. They would have to be on site right now. 4 seconds left. And I feel like off the back of that, they're just going to run in, commit themselves to death. Someone has to go forwards. What was that round?
So, I think it was me losing my mind, but actually it just turns out DRG have lost their minds, because I think you're absolutely spot on. By the time they start running away, there's... I mean, what they got on site with 5 seconds left there. It's... What are you expecting to have happened? Like... You didn't want to give them the orbs over on A, so you just run in and feed the Vice the orbs, who now gets even closer to having that steel garden online, which is then going to cause you much more problems further down the line.
这里用完了。
I don't know
We
about that
cannot
one.
believe the mystical ways that DRG works. We can't hope to comprehend it or understand it, but all we need to know is most of the time it does work. And right now, DRG pressuring towards mid. Spirits gonna have to back away. Have to just
Okay, Vukashu. Okay.
stop. Like you can't just be landing shots like that through the smoke. It's not allowed. And now off the back of that, it's cracked open these sites. AQ completely split apart. They have no stronghold anywhere. Utility is placed on B though, so if they are going to make a stand, this is the best site for them to do so.
给我走慢点儿。
They're going to try and get the dash. The slow does connect, but it's just info once again, just straight back off. Didn't want to commit into the fight. Wants to just play with the rest of the team. Spirits swings through, takes down Simon. And now it forces Danny to keep playing through. And Danny is the one to keep on finning. Oh, Danny boy gets the kills, but still not prepared for Vukashu in mid.
爆能器落在 B 区。
Danny's prepared to find even more kills, prepared to look and hunt for this ace, but with 20 seconds left, 25 seconds left, they have to push the pace. DRG has to make a move, has to get this spike down, but it's been spotted. Danny's already here. FFS gonna swing out. A leg has been spotted. They've isolated the fights on site. Vukashu has to go huge, but they always do when they're needed. And DRG manages to secure a very much needed round.
And you know, that's the first real time that we've seen them be under such pressure, especially in third round. I never want to see that kill again, that's disgusting. But it's the first time that, given round 3, that DRG have been under such pressure to convert. Usually they win it pretty comfortably, or they've already won the previous round anyway, so that this round they're the ones in the full driving seat. But AQ done a real good job, and it's all down to Danny holding down that site, dealing with the pressure that comes in, and just standing their own ground that forces DRG to... It looks like they're kind of being scared off that B site, so they just have to keep going back to A.
At least this time they are keeping a little bit of map presence, not just committing 5 members towards one side. They've kept flexing to make sure that nobody pushes out of B. And you talk about being scared of B. Wouldn't you be when you've got Vice and Deadlock utility set up to just stuff any push you do?
Yeah, and they've got that wall down early on to protect through mid as well. Just need to worry about that top half, which allows Simon to focus his vision just onto that one angle rather than a potential creep coming up from below. And now as you see DRG start to explore elsewhere, they do come into these stumbling blocks. They will head over towards B. It seems like maybe the idea is to farm the orbs as much as possible, get close to Spirit's ult so that you can get further information and play off the back of that. But for now, Danny's doing a really good job of just sitting here, has the Steel Garden should they feel too much pressure, and you can see it's prepared. The hit comes in, the first kill for Simon, and Steel Garden drops down Spirits quickly.
But now they are forced to run forwards, forced to push the pace. Yet again, the clock is ticking down. The spike will go down with it. And with 3 members left alive for DRG, there is potential in this round, but AQ, we know how good they can be at these retakes.
Not really got much utility to play with if they want to swing off. The camera at least gives the first bit of information for DRG, allows Flexen to try and make a play with a smoke off the one-way, backtrack into a different angle. The recon comes through. Here comes the first couple kills, and now it's a 2 versus 2.
The dart is going to scan them, give them that information. Flexen's in a weird position. They know exactly where he is, but he's just hiding his head, just tucking away in the corner to find both of these players on the perfect timing. And DRG might be establishing some control.
That's just a beautiful play from Flexen, right? Often you would see like the player trying to then help out the team, but just the awareness to know that they just need to hide, allow the time to tick down, belief in the rest of the players that are alive, that when it comes down to it, time is going to be so far away that AQ have to make the play. Didn't have it in them, and that's exactly what comes through. DRG back in the driving seat.
I say that, but not quite yet. 2-2 still. It could be anyone's game, and we've seen this quite commonly. AQ very early timeout to kind of try set the pace for themselves, try to realign the team on the same page and see what they can make happen. And I think for the side of AQ, it was going well. They got the opening picks, they got those kills, the counterplay was there. I mean, their plan is working. They're trying to funnel players into this Vice and Deadlock setup, but so far not quite able to fully capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's that second leg that is falling down once again. The first opening plan, like you say, works perfectly. They get the first couple shots, they put themselves in a really great position, but ultimately DRG just show that they are shooters, they're resilient, they're not going to go down without a fight. They have the ability to come back, and really they're just showing why they're VCT champions standard, right? Why they were at these competitions. They're not a team that fallen through. They're not, I'm not going to name any teams from any other regions, but they're not any teams that have kind of ascended and not shown any hope, any kind of fight. They do not deserve to be in this position, and they want to get back into that position of champions straight away.
Oh my gosh, it's a firing range. And it's just AQ being melted. I mean, I respect the attempt at the play. Should just be an easy or pick up, easy plan, easy round. And like we always talk about with these, when you take a timeout before a save round, they're probably not discussing as much what they're going to do in this round, but more just reassessing what they want to do for the rest of the half.
And I think one of the things that they're doing well sort of this map so is not allowing Spirits to run away with it, right? 1 in 5 isn't something that we've seen this player do this whole series. I mean, obviously they've been like right at the top of the scoreboard, but being at the bottom is unfamiliar territory for them. They seem to be one of the first players that are dying straight off the rip, or just haven't been able to find the flow yet. And if they can keep that up throughout the rest of the series, they're giving themselves the best chance possible to walk away with a winning bag.
It's just weird how this game started so far. I feel like neither team really has a grasp of their playstyle just yet, what they want to do. They're still feeling each other out a little bit. We know DRG is going to play a little bit slower. We know they're going to look for these picks, not quite going super heavy on the executes. And with an operator in Vukashi's hands, just trying to see if they can catch someone slacking.
If anyone wants to choose to peek into it, but FFS just happy to watch that top control. Knows that the Vice wall's down below, so doesn't really have to worry about it until the very last minute. When that TP headed across, it will defeat the purpose of the wall and start to draw out the position. And there comes the Vukashu. There's the layer that you wanted. The Yoru providing the tact. And oh my goodness, the TP away. The bus arrived just on time to get away from that one.
There's flashes flying everywhere. No one can see anything. And as the dust settles, it is going to be the spike going down. It is a numbers advantage for DRG. And if Vukashu can get set up with this op, it is so difficult to retake.
That's the first
They're
bit down.
gonna try to do so. Ultimate gonna be used by Ackerman to slow them down as well. Danny peeking up above. That's a dangerous place to be in. But a counter-dimensional drift going to be used to get a forward position. Yuzhan now has to be the pivot, has to be the player that finds the picks. But they are taken down. A 2-for-1 trade in the favor of DRG. But Simon is in the spot that they need to be. Vukashu just can't find the shot. And Flexen taken down too. Means that AQ is back to evens.
Yeah, the deadlock ult. Annihilation getting used there as well. Not wanting to take any chance possible. And you see that plant being used so many times that it becomes difficult to take part of, but the Vice setup on site allowed the peak to come through, allowed the flash to be so exquisite for the retake, and then ultimately it's Simon in the back that wins the round. The play that mattered when it comes down to it, can't allow them to play post-plant. Gets this one tied back up at 3 apiece, and so you were right. It's the close games where AQ come winning away with, and right at this moment in time, it's certainly a close game.
Definitely is. When we look at the ultimates on board, only that cosmic divide, the astral wall, able to be used. I mean, we also have the Omen ult, but I don't know how effective that's going to be on the attacking side. But a TP into backside. Simon shuts down Ackerman in an instant, and the double dash onto site nets nothing. Flexen's here as well, but it does not matter at all. DRG tries to go for one of the aggressive set plays. Simon is just that one step ahead.
And it seems like AQ have finally got a grips onto how to deal with spirits. That gap in between maps, allowing them to maybe discuss how this team's playing, the coaches addressing the issues that come through, knowing that if one pushes, the second is coming on this Whaley and Yoru play. And I spoke about how dangerous it is. Well, it's starting to be too dangerous for DRG.
They're going to take a timeout in response. AQ took theirs. DRG wants to assess what they're doing as well. Halfway through, well, over halfway through this first half. First time out to kind of think about what the plan's going to be. And it's difficult because DRG tried to change up the pacing, tried to change up the play style, but it didn't work. So the question is, do they slow it down yet again? Try go for more of those picks? Do they just brute force their way into sight once more?
I feel like we maybe need to stop just TPing backside. I think like it's
but it works so well in the last
it's not I know, but it's clearly not working for Spirits at this. Like this is the player that has dragged you throughout this whole series. Yes, hasn't MVP'd every single map, but they've been like within what, like 2 ACS of it every single time, if not when they've achieved it. And when you're having that player that is so crucial, I'm going to say drop a stinker, but they're really just being shut down, right? AQ are doing to Spirits what they've done to Vukashu the first time they met in that upper semi-final. They're not allowing this player to have any impact at all. 1 in 7 on your star duelist that was dropping 20 kills around. That's who you need to focus on.
20 kills around.
Half, you know what I mean? A half. Enough of this call out. But that's the player for DRG that they need to try and figure out how they can unlock Spirits to really be that kind of fruition once again.
Door going to be broken. Hunter's Fury going to be used to try counter any potential push. Not going to net a kill. The fancy footwork is enough from Nick to slow it down. And Simon's prepped with the setup for an A push. But it's a split. The FFS shuts down with a simple spray through the smoke. The Spirits trying to be a bit cheeky yet again. Trying to maybe force out a little bit of aggression. It's a site not quite taken control of as Yuzhan gets 2 quick shots in succession, and it will net 2 kills.
I mean, just when you start to think DRG have a little bit of space, they're not even going to get the plant down. It's a round that's quickly falling apart. Yes, it's an equal round, so it doesn't matter. But for the DRG that we know, for the DRG that we have seen throughout this best of 5, it doesn't matter when they don't have the best weapons available. They've still been able to make it close. They've still been able to convert quite a number of them, but just nowhere near it on this map. And you're really starting to see the disparity in the map pool for this team right now.
Spirits, like you said before, not quite unlocked to have that same performance and impact they've had so far. So DRG needs to do a better job of setting this player up. Let them be that carry that they have shown that they can be. But on the flip side, AQ doing a really good job of slowing them down. I think this double sentinel is kind of built to counter the way that DRG wants to play.
Absolutely. Just not allowing them any success on site. As soon as they get some space, there's more space shut down, another avenue to worry about. In AQ, the retakes have also been wondrous. It's what we've seen at the start of the series. It kind of fell away, but they're showing why a retake team can be successful in certain circumstances, and it's looking like that's kind of what's going to be the case here. They're believing the bodies to be pulled slightly further towards A, but for DRG, it's a slow movement up towards B, heading into Danny's territory, with the Astra, the Vice, Util all set up for success to set up Yuzhong.
Yuzhong has also been a player that has really popped off in these games. The top performer for AQ so far nets the first kill. The Yoru on Yoru battle goes the way of any questions. Spike not yet been planted, but it is in a position to be able to do so. VUKASHU on the lurk, though, has found themselves a kill, and the Cypher ultimate will give them all the information they need that this B site is absolutely free.
3 versus 3 on this site. 2 of them up deep. Nick posted behind to try and get any crossfire from this cross, but when that Astra smoke goes up, it's going to force out a repossession, and it's Yuzhong who comes there. Flexen tries to make that TP play once again. It doesn't quite work.
The shot dart gets the kill, but it's going to have to jump across if they want to hope to get this one. The Cosmic Divide is enough. VUKASHU's there, but it does not matter as a shorty blast rains through their skull. And just like that, any questions are going to be shutting up the doubters and pushing us a little bit closer to that reverse sweep.
What was that TP? Like, I know I'm kind of clowning on Spirits here, but it's because we have such high expectations of this player. It's a dry TP onto site with nothing else to support. What are we expected to happen? Oh, I'm starting to get a little bit triggered here, Snow, and I'm not. This is an agent that has brought so much joy throughout the series that it's starting to be some real question marks for DRG's depth and planning when things don't go well. How can they fight back and bring it through? Because right now, they're on a verge of a stomp in the opposite direction. No clear answers to fight back against this Any Questions team.
And I think it's really showing how Any Questions have some great adaptability, because this is stuff that Spirits was doing the first 3 maps, and it's now Any Questions have realized and have started to counter it. And as the weaponry is just so much weaker for DRG, it's difficult for them to find any way to get a pick, relying on VUKASHU to trade these members out and find an avenue into a site.
Yeah, I mean, it's just dry peeking at this point. You know your money's minimum, so it's not around that you're expecting anything, but when you're dry peeking an outlaw, the answer and the outcome is always going to be the same, with Any Questions answering them all. Setting DRG back once again, proving that this is a real dominant map for them and not something that any of us were expecting coming into it.
They're getting themselves hyped up, getting themselves feeling confident as well, which is what we wanted to see out of them. It felt like that confidence was a little bit lacking in the first couple maps, but now firing on all cylinders. And so far, a pretty convincing first half, dominating against DRG, and Yujon with this operator is a menace to deal with, and luckily for DRG, they are going towards the other side of the map away from this op, but it's going to be difficult for them to find a way onto site because Simon has been shutting them down every time they try to go towards A.
Yep. They do have the wheelie ult now. That's the orb that they picked up heading towards this B site to try and see if they can just slow the defenders down and find a way to get onto site, and then potentially after site look to take more space, right? Every time we've seen them plant on B, it's been try and play that post plant from below and always kind of falling back. Maybe need to try and take advantage of that. Here comes the hit. The TP expected in now. Danny slowed back, but gets the smoke to hide in, which does play massively into their favour.
Vukashi, though, on this lark, doesn't find the kill that was needed if DRG was hoping to win this round. We're going to need a big performance from some of these other players now. A shot barely missing Ackerman, and the information going to come through from Eugen. The team knows exactly where to spray. The pings are there. There's flexing. Can't put the spike down just yet. And yep, just going to disappear, says Ackerman. Good luck, I'll see you later. See if you can make some magic happen, but I'm playing for the 1v4.
Yeah, I mean, Ackerman on what, 1 HP there had to just accept defeat. Flexen thinks he has a great timing, which is why the knife's out. But Simon also thought there was a timing, but backup has arrived quickly. The smoke to try and get away the TP in, but Simon is pushed up, gets the kill, and AQ really putting on a first-class show right now.
8-3 so far. Potential best case scenario for DRG is an 8-4, and that's never a situation that you would want to be in, and not a situation that we would expect this team to be in with the caliber of players that they have and the Valorant that they've been playing today. I mean, maybe their defense half is going to look a lot better. Maybe they've got some stuff prepped for when they swap over, but so far in attack, it has left us with a lot of questions.
It feels like to me that DRG weren't expecting to come this far, right? It seems to me like this is a map that they thought they were going to 3-0 it. They were confident coming into it, because right now it just reeks of unpreparedness, if that's a word. That's the word I'm going to choose. Unpreparedness for this series, for this later half of the series, and right now they need to deal with Yojun, but they do. Ackerman finally gets the first blood for DRG.
And a TP out as well, and that's their safety. And it's weaker weaponry for Spirits, but they still manage to convert, still manage to get themselves kills. And Sight has been taken cleanly. Spike should go down. Numbers advantage should net them the win in this round right here, but I would not count AQ out with how well they have been playing.
No, a huge plus for DRG is that Annihilation coming out to try and see if there was anyone camping in mid. Nets nothing. And now with Spirits tripling their kill count in this one round alone, makes it a 5 versus 2. An 8-4 looks the likely source, with nothing really for Danny and Simon to play off apart from the weaponry. But with this being watched by so many people, it shouldn't fall anything, but Danny picks up 3 kills. But thankfully, Ackerman is there to stop that one getting away for DRG, because that would have been an embarrassment.
You thought maybe for a second there was a chance, there was a hope. But no, we have established some normalcy. Going into the second half now, DRG needs to pick up the pace and needs to find a way to counter AQ. And obviously, we're swapping from attack to defense. Like I said before, maybe DRG has kind of developed what they want to do, and they've prepped more for this other half. But it's a big ask to pull back from a 4-round deficit.
A very big ask. We're needing this sort of timeout that you get in the half to address a lot of the problems, a lot of the team synergy going through, just to try and get things back on track. You know, sometimes plans don't go very well, sometimes things happen and you come across a point where you need to re-divert, and this is one of those points. DRG need to dig deep. I mean, if they don't, they still have 2 maps anyway, right? So they still go to the 5th map with a chance of winning this series. but you do not want to allow any questions to get that momentum, to get that hype between them, because that is when they play best, when they have the whole team standing up, shouting across the stage, when they have the coaches hyped, shouting across the stage. That is when they play their best, and right now you're seeing that with Yuzhong, 288 ACS coming in there. It is a show for them and a half, and DRG need to find the answers to bring it back.
And it's surprising because we're used to seeing Spirits' name up there.
Yep.
Because pretty much every other map it's been the Spirit show, but now Yushan's showing that they have that caliber of play. And I mean, they have been a top performer for this squad in every map they've played so far. And the team very much needs this consistent performance out of them. Going on to this TAC half now, I'm interested to see what AQ brings out, whether it is going to be similar to DRG in a slower style of player, if they're going to go a little bit more execute heavy and try catch this DRG squad off guard.
Thankfully, we don't have to wait too long, as this action will be starting back up any second now. To get off. A little intro. Only that was in the game. We get to see that more often, but it looks like we're going to be leaving the B site a little bit unmanned, setting Vukashu up alone, focus on mid and A, but for AQ, it's all guns towards B. Little pressure on the orb. Start to give Vukashu the stress of it coming in, and you can see the rest of DRG joining hands, coming up to help off, and it's Spirits who takes the first contact, gets some chip damage, and crucially stays alive.
And off the back of that, it's going to be a kill taken for AQ. Spike going down as well, but all the members of DRG are here and ready to retake. But the question is, what utility do they have at the moment? Pretty much nothing. A paranoia to work with. It's already going to be used. There's 3 members back site. This is not something you see so often, and it is going to be to their detriment. DRG taking this one back swiftly. But now in a 2 versus 2, they need to find some shots. They need to start pushing forwards. No smoke to use on the spike. And it's planted in such an open position. GRQ ready to swing out, ready to peek out. The dart tells them that they're there. Vukashu has to find the shot. The pull is enough, but the spike has already been halved. Are they going to stick? They've tapped it once. Nick needs to find the kill, but they can't. And GRQ keeps the momentum from the last half running.
They'll even further ahead. You see what the Astra can bring to the table. I feel like GRQ has been slightly quieter on this map, but certainly stepped up and been counted there, which is always what's happened when this AQ team starts to get rolling. You've seen the gravitas that they brought with them on Haven, and now starting to step up and be counted to get this further down the line. Just unable to convert for DRG. They do bring in that outlaw once again. Vukashu trying to be the difference maker.
Yet again, it's a round where a lot of regen armor on the side of AQ, so it could catch them off guard, and Vukashu's in the perfect position to capitalize if they decide to push towards him. But no, they're going to back away. They establish a bit of presence on the map, leave that part of the map alone. On the flip side, DRG thinking about maybe trying to get control of A main, Flex and playing very close to that angle with the shorty, and hearing players coming towards them, it could be the perfect timing.
Certainly could be. The smoke goes back up. Some shots coming in. There's a shorty collecting one. Manages to get away. The stun and the reveal will slow down any pushback again, but the fact that they're still on this site, still able to hold it down, is allowing the reinforcements to come in. But it's FFS just spraying everybody down, collecting all the bodies. But Akaman answering as well.
Simon pushing forward as well, though, and now it's Vukashu, a 1 versus 2, the outlaw in hand, but both of them are within kill range. A very winnable round, but the timing is just going to be there. And GRQ manages to find the perfect opportunity to get this squad to double digits.
I hope you're sitting comfortably at home, because this is looking like we could be heading all the way. The distance that nobody thought was coming after the first 2 maps certainly is on the horizon. Any questions? Saving the best till last. Bringing everything up. 10-4, a timeout already for DRG, knowing that their chances are slipping out of their hands as we speak.
We spoke about it in the pre-game. We said, you know, a best of 5 in our minds favors DRG. They've been in this situation before. They know how to handle themselves in these long series. But it turns out it's actually any questions that are showing that they have that veteran presence of Simon. They have some of these players that have some of that experience, and they've battled their way through the lower bracket to get here. They've made sure that they can find victories when needed, and so far it's potentially looking like a map number 5.
I like this sign that says 3-2 AQ, but clearly had a 1 for DRG, so they've had to scribble over the top just to make it amends. Well,
they've just bought a new sign every time. I saw one that was a 3-0 to DRG, became a 3-1 as soon as that map 3 happened. These fans, they're trying to make sure their predictions are right, but I don't think anybody could have predicted this, and especially the fashion that it's going in. And AQ just really showing that they have what it takes to be a top-level contender.
Yeah, you said when AQ have to win, it has to be tight. Well, right now this is anything but tight. It's wide open path for victory. So much distance between them and DRG. Setting it out well and truly. How does this attack play out? You do have Spirits watching at the top. TP's away to give the space up, which allows AQ to take that space and really start to explore more and cause DRG to wonder what's going on.
And they're like, oh, why is there a random Yoru clone all the way back in our spawn? I mean, obviously tells them that they know exactly where Yuzhan's going to be. Yuzhan just creating pressure just through existing.
Danny picks up Spirits, who thought he was going to get an angle onto Yuzhan there as well. Just the second point, the paranoia used just as the TP comes in, and it's all just pressure that's allowing this B space to start to be taken.
And a swing out from Ackerman doesn't net anything. And now on the buy round of DRG, around where they were hoping that they could build some momentum and turn it around, it's looking very AQ favoured. Flexin finds one, and Nick's here as well to support, but it's not enough. One bullet will do the trick. You cannot make any mistakes anymore, Flexin. Every shot has to be perfect. And Yuzhan, even though they only have a stinger, it would be enough to get the kill if they can just find a way to hit one bullet.
Yeah, but the drop down.
Oh, okay. I thought there was potential there, but AQ getting themselves hyped up, Veggie. They are ready to take this to map number 5.
Yeah, they know they are so close, right? DRG aren't going to have that much in the tank for this next round. AQ have just pulled up some upgrades, just went into the bag, gone out everything that they can, and it sometimes gets to a point in these series, right, where if you're the team that's kind of being defeated in such a manner that you do just kind of need to brush it out your mind and start to focus on the next. If it's one of those where you don't want to just give it up, but it almost like you just need to forget about it. It's been a bad map. You were close to winning it in a 3-0, but ultimately it looks like we are going to be the distance because AQ have all the tools in their pocket to win this one up, and it starts with creating pressure on mid once again. Create the illusion that someone is pushed up like that last round. That means DRG have to worry about it, have to kind of explore, have to reveal the fog of war that is being created, the unknown, as the rest of the team just slowly make their way over towards A.
And normally we would be talking about this site here and saying it's Vukashu. You never want to be going towards a site that Vukashu's on, but so far they've been managing to shut down these star players, and it's AQ that are looking like the stronger members in this map. And just faking a bit of pressure, putting a bit of presence on the map, and it is forcing out some rotates. But with 40 seconds left, if they decide to leave, they can do, but they just want to move forwards. They just want to finish this map off faster. They just want to find these kills, and Nick can't get anything, which means that Vukashu is forced to find their way forwards. But when Vukashu's put in a corner, they make magic happen. Weapon back online. It's only a Guardian. 60 health to work with as well. Spamming through the smoke. The support is here as well. But VUKASHI would have to be the hero. We're expecting an ace. The time is dwindling down. VUKASHI finds the shot. With 6 seconds left, they have to commit. The spike has to go down now. But VUKASHI just needs to live. And somehow they have managed to win the round from an impossible situation.
FFS so scared of VUKASHI in that situation. He came off the plant not once, not twice, but 3 times, ultimately just allowing VUKASHI to play the time around. I have to feel that that's a round that AQ certainly would have thought they could have won, but given DRG another chance at the bullet, another chance to remain in this matchup.
And I thought it was going to be the ace. I thought it was going to be the VUKASHI ace to win it out. And if there's anything that can rile DRG up, that can put them in good spirits again, that round was definitely it. But off the back of it, AQ doesn't want to waste any time, wants to commit forwards, doesn't want to give them the chance or the hope that they can come back in this game.
He uses that Astra wall to create some fake pressure over towards B, whereas the rest of the team's just walked on to A uncontested, but they will have some members fighting it back once again, and it's VUKASHI and Nick here to answer it. Bit of chaos means VUKASHI falls, the raid boss from last round, but the plant's still not down. Hunter's Fury having to be used to deny it. Well, that's been used. Some space has been taken up into heaven.
A good tag as well. Ackerman watching the swing out from that smoke is going to back away. And not much utility to stall here. Danny still has the wall. If they can get it placed, it could be huge at splitting this squad apart, but just opts to stay with the rifle. FFS, the key position here. They've got one. If they can get more, it could be huge. Peeking out, trying to swing through, trying to stall Nick. And it's the initiator battle that goes the way of AQ. And off the back of that, DRG, numbers down, have to commit forward. No smokes to use. The double duelist Spirits has had a quieter game, but can they convert? Can they show what they have? And it's the perfect swing out from Ackerman, but just can only find 1 kill. And just off the back of that, AQ is 1 round away from taking us the distance.
Yeah, I feel that round was much better played, right? You see, they get the kills up in heaven, and a lot of players will just try and help the team out on site after that, but just deciding to push further back after this, FFS, yes, they get the kill, they know there's someone coming. They just push into the little gap that they've been created, not allowing themselves to fall, play the time down, allow the clock to be DRG's enemy once again, and get yourselves close to taking us into map number 3. And we surely are moments away from it. A terrible buy for DRG coming in. We've seen them do it before, but we've not seen them do it in a while.
Just going to take this round slow. They know they are 1 step away from going the distance, from forcing this to map 5, giving themselves that opportunity to make it into VCTCN. They just need to not throw it away.
They say pressure makes diamonds. Well, these are as close to the high pressure moments as they're going to have been so far. Granted, Simon is there to guide them through it. The master of these situations, and it's Spirits who does open up this one, finding a way back in, but there's the opposition duo acting in, bringing everything through, and AG get closer and closer to seeing this one out.
Weapon advantage, numbers advantage. They have all the space they could ever hope to work with. To call this round unwinnable would be a bit of an overstatement, but it would almost be accurate. Danny in this smoke, just waiting for somebody to push through. Flexer knows that there's a player in there, but they just can't find the shots. They just can't find any way to get a kill. And with the spike planted in such a dangerous position, you can't help but feel sorry for DRG as they are just walking forward into their deaths. And as Nick is the sole player left alive, there's so much utility to stall. There are so many ways that AQ can win it. And Veggie, we will be going to map number 5.
A situation that none of us thought we would be in mere 2 maps ago, mere 1 map ago. We thought this one was going to be cleared out. But for any questions, they have dominated on Abyss. They have sent DRG packing into the depths. You said maybe they've stared into the depths of the Abyss and found the answers, and I questioned if that was possible. It certainly has been the case. DRG shut down in every aspect. All the confidence has been lost, and it's been picked up by any questions, and they just seem unstoppable at this moment in time.
Any time that AQ had a moment to make that highlight play, they always did. And normally it's DRG that we see that are just constantly winning gunfights that they shouldn't. But AQ was matching them tit for tat, and some of these flanks, some of these plays that they made together, the holds that they had on these sites, DRG had no space to move.
Yeah, and I think you're spot on. We'd questioned a lot of AQ's sort of teamwork when they were swinging off of each other. They certainly managed to fix that up in the last couple of maps, played perfectly the util to support each other, the confidence in each other. I mean, even just there, allowing GRQ to hold the angle while the spike was being defused. Yes, there was a big Astra wall in the way, but just allowing that to happen, knowing that your teammate had your back, showed that this team full confidence in each other to take down this giant side of DRG.
Now it's a situation where we go to Lotus, something that AQ is familiar with. Last time these two teams played, it was AQ winning out on that map, and getting hype in this one. You gotta help. You can't help but feel that the energy is going to be in their favor.
Yeah, let's see how that energy rings through in these team comms.
Let's go.
兄弟们，给他们翻了，好不好？给他们翻了，给他们翻了。
加油加油加油！
加油加油，给我来！哦哎！有两句这也在哦，这领域。
鸟居也来了，鸟居也来了，没心没心。
哎，他能摸，好吧？我没支架，
我支架，你可以给我补。
我去右边给他。
先。
哎，这可能。
可能跳了，可能跳，要不来要跳。刚很多人那个来 B 时间不够 TP， 我觉得。
哎妈哎，来 B，
打 B。没有吸血，没有吸血。
下波可以吗？进了。下不了包，下不了包。打瓜。
点后再点后 ，nice！ 别急，闪光3、2、1，闪光。
你上我摸屁股。
好闪。8点，等一下，能赢啊！8点我们。极限时间赢。8点我再走。可以，狙来的。nice。8点最后要。拆吧，先拆吧。啊！别给我打到图3。图4。图5，不好意思，图5。我发一把。
你们俩，请问你不要这样。
有进，我给你发一把。人生第一次打 BO5啊，不好意思。别急，4打3稳住，不要拉。我脸上。几个人都在吗？喂！我给你烟在点，躲着。别漏！我有吸，他这把我就吸。2个吗？别漏就好了。不漏，再过2个也。先吸吧，补枪。哦，他顶一下，再爆一下。给吸，我脸上一个。我们来一起拍一下。我给针。哎，别急，慢慢。
It's a different MVP coming through. I said Danny was quieter at the start of the series, but certainly stepped up to the plate on this map, showing what power Vice can have on Abyss. And it's not quite 380 ACS, but it's certainly right up there as well. So,
I mean, it's still up there, 320, 200 damage per round. I mean, really converting a lot of these rounds that AQ needed. And I feel like we were needing someone to step up. It has been a very much one-sided game with Yuzhan doing most of the heavy lifting in these prior maps, and now that Danny's stepping up as well, now that AQ's starting to feel a little bit more confident in this one, I'm starting to believe that the reverse sweep could be more of a reality, Veg.
Yeah, I mean 100%. I think we've spent most of the cast focusing on how if DRG get the rest of their team on board, being the shooters coming through, so it's not just Spirits. It seems like it's the complete opposite way around right now. It's any questions getting the rest of the team on board. I mean, you've looked at this before, and half the time the rest of the team for AQ are dropping negatives. Well, this time it's DRG that are all in that negative band. Only Vukashu and Nick, which is the complete opposite of what we're used to seeing. Spirits at the very bottom of the leaderboard needs to address the issues that came through on this map as we go into map number 5, because you cannot be playing with a handicap. We mentioned it before. When the last teams played, it was Vukashu that was dropping 5 when they lost this map up against AQ. it seems like that's the strategy for AQ. Have one of DRG's players shut down, effectively nulled out the game, and you will have every path to possible success.
And you were talking about Spirits having a weaker performance in this, uncharacteristically so. If you're only just tuning in, Spirits pretty much MVP'd all of the match wins for DRG. They were MVP of the team by far on Haven, which they did end up losing, but the performance that Spirits had was monumental. So if this player can lock in again, I am excited for map number 5.
Yeah, and listen, we're not going to have long to wait, as we're going to take a short intermission and come right back with what will be the very last map in this series to see who's going to be heading to meet Rare Atom in the grand final tomorrow. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We are ready for map number 5. An absolute thrilling series that both of these teams have taken us on. This complete opposite sort of the spectrum, right? We had DRG not fully stomping, but looking like they were going to stomp throughout. Any Questions got themselves right back in the mix with a close game. And in that 4th map, an absolute decimation in the hands of Any Questions to push DRG all the way to the limits. And I think just seeing how vocal this is, it looks like they're heated up. So I'm excited to see how DRG are going to react.
VCT very much just giving their team the speech right there. Maybe it's a Nats level speech, it turns around the game, or it could just be a blunder. DRG definitely has to pick up the pieces from that last match though. Somebody needs to say to Spirits, look, you are a better player than dropping 5 kills in a map. We need you if we are going to win this one out, and it is a hard fought battle. Many of us seeing map 1 and 2 thought this was going to be a swift 3-0, but we find ourselves here on map number 5, sorry, a situation where it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. We all thought it was going to be an absolute decimation. I booked tickets to go to the zoo. I was supposed to be out of here 2 hours ago, but yet here we are. We're getting to see everything come out to play here instead. And as we head on to Lotus, we get to see if DRG fixed the mistakes from that last series between both of these teams, if they have learned any lessons, or if AQ are going to stay on top and remind DRG why they stolen the map pick against them that last time as well.
I mean, I think, to be honest, it all comes down to how well Simon brings out that initiator play. We saw Simon on Haven be a pivotal factor for why AQ was able to win that one, for why Yuzhen was able to do so well. I mean, this player on Breach, they won champions playing this agent. We know that they know how to use that utility. And yes, it is a nerfed Breach, but when you have a player that uses it to such great effectiveness, it does not matter. Yeah,
it's Simon. It's not really nerfed, is it? It's probably been buffed in Simon's hands. He'll find a way to buff it. But the key thing here, you see Spirit still playing on that Yoru as well, not budging, not giving up the confidence, not sitting and going, guys, I'm not feeling it. Sticks to the guns, knows it well. The practice will pay off. And as we head in to map number 5, the last map in this series, things are only getting heated up as they try and fight for that place in that grand final tomorrow. DRG or AQ, who is it going to be?
We'll find out very soon. But to start with, you give all that energy, you give all that hype, but it might just be a quiet opening round, as they've not spotted each other. VCT's going to be completely caught off guard. There's 3 members of AQ. They get the pick and leave. It's smart play from this squad yet again. And DRG feels the pressure. They feel like they have no map control. They need to force themselves forwards onto this site. And they are going to lead the charge with Ackerman going through. The spike will get here as well, but it's an early flood. AQ's looking to fight this one through, but it's a crossfire. They've already established. And Ackerman just pushing the tempo, keeping that pacing up. And a good flash from Simon doesn't get anything. It's turned as quickly as it was thrown. GRQ, the sole player left alive, has nothing to do but die. And just off the back of that, DRG feeling themselves.
Yeah, don't let the plat chat see that Breach flash get dodged. That will just set them off even further into these recent patches. But much better from DRG, right? We start to see them take that space. Yes, they lose the first blood, but after that, they speed up onto site. They don't over-aggress the space, but they make sure that the space that AQ are going to fill in afterwards is fully being challenged and fought against. And really just knowing that the numbers is on their side. You've seen 3 members pushing up out of B, so you can afford to go slightly faster. But this time, it's a 4-person focus onto that seaside, trying to pinch in, and it seems that the camera is going to give that information and allow DRG just to focus on this battle.
And they actually want to fight into it. They're not backing away. Yeah. Normally, on this eco-aggression, you'll see teams leave, but no. What, VCT, you're blind! I mean, normally we wouldn't highlight a play like that, but VCT full blind just finds the kill.
Yeah, what does it? It doesn't matter at this point in time. VCT has already got close to the number of kills the last time these 2 teams played for himself on this map. Doesn't want to be the reason that the team lose out on here. Wants to get back to that CN stage. And this is that stepping stone that they need to get over.
Outlaw still in the hands of VCT. We've seen the damage that they've done in this series. Some full armor's brought up, so the weapon might not have great effectiveness. Ackerman just sprinting forwards, has already found that opening pick, and that's a weapon to be picked up. They've bolstered their numbers. They've brought themselves some more gunpowder. And Simon just looking to battle back, but it's just everybody running into sight. It's pure chaos, but it is going the way of DRG. That is a theme of this series. When chaos happens, DRG reigns supreme.
Yeah, they were almost born in the chaos, molded by it, as Bane would say. They thrive in these conditions. But Danny has a little angle waiting for the double swing, but it's VooKaShu who's well on top of that. And you can see the passion coming back out of this Dragon Ranger game inside. Something that was not there on that last map started to dwindle away on Heaven. But the more they can get back into these shoes, the more they can fight back, the better this angle starts to look for them. But for AQ, it's not over. They've been in this position before, having lost 3 rounds in a row. They know they can turn the tides back.
The last time these guys played, they kept VooKaShu to only 5 kills the entire map. VooKashu's at 5 kills and it's only been 3 rounds. That is a terrifying prospect for this AQ squad. And what we always talk about VooKaShu when it comes to DRG, it's been Spirits that has been the star performer for this squad so far in this series.
Yeah, and they're starting to get back online as well. 3 kills, is that the same amount as last time, as last map? Looking to get even more. Akaman and Spirits being that double dangerous duo of death coming through, but there's no one going to challenge from behind. It is going to be from Door and Mound as AQ look to try and cause a little bit of damage on this eco for them.
They just push so far forwards. It's shades of Sunset, how every time they took the site, they always wanted to be more aggressive, always wanted to get more space. And if this carries on, AQ might be in a bit of a rut. I wouldn't be surprised if they call a timeout to just reassess what's going on, just sort themselves out, because 4 rounds in the hole, it's looking rough for them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that come out just about now. Just to address the problems, they've not been scared to use their timeouts before. And they certainly wouldn't have been expecting to beat this deficit right off the bat. I mean, VooKaShu, another shot just through smoke. It's things like that you just can't do anything about, right? But for AQ, they need to find a way to deal with it. They find a way to challenge. They've tried the aggressive side to push out for space. DRG just back on top.
I think this is the thing, though, because last time these teams played, AQ very much was trying to target VooKaShu. When it came to that attack half, it was, let's just find VooKaShu, hunt him down, don't let him do his weird lurk plays. And now VooKaShu is just going with the team. Just says, okay, I'll just trade the team members out on site. I'll look to use my superior gunplay to just frag out and kind of be that secondary entry, not bothering about that Cypher utility. Knows that as soon as they put the trip on the flank, they can be free to use their gun and kill as many AQ members as they can.
Absolutely, and I think another key thing to point out from the last time these two teams played up, especially on this map, is any questions relied on both pistols being the reason for them to win. A 13-11 scoreline it was on that day, both winning pistol and the opponent or the anti-eco that came up after it. So it's something that they're already fighting against that deficit from before. Never mind the fact that VooKaShu's here to play and Akaman is already firing. They have to find a way to really start to convert with these rifles.
Must win round for them, pretty much. You lose this one, potentially forced onto a half buy or another save. Alt economy just not looking great for them so far. Ackerman 1 away from the finger gun. Deacon Spirit's close as well. With some A pressure being established, they've left VooKaShu alone on B. This is a common theme for DRG. And AQ just playing scared almost, playing back on site, not wanting to be as aggressive as they were on earlier maps.
Yeah, it's the complete opposite, right? We've seen them be kind of shy and reserved at the start of the series and then found success with the aggression, but it's a complete opposite that we get to see on this map. Tried the aggressive side to start with and haven't found any success with it, so have to try and be that more reserved side. And Danny gets spotted out. So much util fired at them that there's no way to escape. But as DRG look to pivot on towards B, there's already 2 members sat here and close to being 3. Spirits getting that kill opens up here a little bit more again, and will try and just seal this passage down a little bit easier.
Still had the teleport to get out if they wanted to. Did not opt to use it. Ackerman in this position in Hobbit just gets taken down, and 2 versus 3, not an unwinnable situation, but it is a difficult one. Simon still has access to that flash, has that fault line. And as he takes one member down, that utility surely is going to be used. A smoke as well to split the members up. 2 1 versus 1s are going to have to happen. Simon now trying to isolate some fights, but they know exactly where they are. And when you're battling against Vukashu, it is never going to be an easy fight.
No, it was a difficult one. Vukashu's so late to come and support on the site there that it really becomes difficult to deal with. Yes, you have a little bit of space, but you had nothing to do with it. The late pressure applied, winning the round. And now, 5-0 on the board, Snow.
And that was something we hadn't seen from DRG that much. Leaving Spirits as the kind of lurk with a TP available to rotate. Normally, Spirits is the one TPing into back of site, going a bit more crazy.
I mean, he was never going to take the TP, let's just be clear, from what we know about Spirits. But this time, it's going to be Ackerman who tries to send it with the wall and sends it to an early grave. Might allow for a bit of pressure on C as Vukashu tries to get an equaliser with that outlaw, but just forces the Clove of GRQ back further on to site to protect this way through, as the flood is certainly close to coming in. But Simon's here early, and Simon has some utility to slow it down.
Speak about utility, not a lot of utility available for this squad. Opted to go for that weaponry, to go for that half shields and try battle out with the gunplay rather than full utility. On the flip side, DRG has already used quite a bit when they were trying to establish pressure on A, so it's going to be a difficult one for them. They've got the Fade ultimate to use if they want to, and Spirit's just dry TPing in again. Gonna be taken out, and these risks for DRG, when they pay off, it looks so good, but when they don't, it just looks troll.
Yeah, it was just missing, like, I think they were relying on the Fade Eye to be the distraction, but when there's 4 members of AQ sat on site, the distraction isn't going to be enough. And now with 20 seconds left, yes, you have your spike in your hand, but look how cornered they are on this side. 4 standing inside, 1 behind door. It's almost you just want to save and not allow your opposition to get any orbs or any more confidence.
And it will just be that. And AQ knows what's at stake. They don't want to risk hunting. They want to keep those weapons. They want to establish a strong economy for themselves. So if they lose a couple more rounds, they can still buy up. But 1 round on the board for them. They're hoping it's the start of something more. Maybe a snowball beginning to form. The DRG, knowing them, they're going to want to shut this down instantly.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be the start of the snowball for AQ. Yes, it's Lotus. Yes, it typically becomes an attacking side, especially when you're looking at what DRG have to offer. But you cannot afford DRG to take such a momentous lead going into this next half. Be looking to get onto 6 after this one. A quick answer back. But with no real pressure applied anywhere, the smokes up onto A give a little bit of cover for Ackerman to cross, but chooses not to. But it does raise the question for AQ to have to try and figure out. I mean, these 3 bodies separated on B, the drone will actually give a lot of information with that repeat coming back and showing 2 people. Means that the bodies can disperse over towards A.
But it's a slow pressure towards A. It's not a quick execute. They're taking their time to set up before they decide to explode onto this site. And with Spirit setting up a TP, that is a scary prospect, because you never know whether they're going in or backing away. Actually, we do. 90% of the time, they are always going to be going in. Looking to pop out, looking to find some kills at the short team. It is going to TP away. This is an uncharacteristic move from them, but Ackerman goes in instead, and it's chaos on the backside. And for once, it is not DRG reigning supreme. It is AQ calming the storm.
They just put up the great wall of neon to keep themselves alive. Both tucked in cubby, both shivering in their boots, hoping to stay alive. And for DRG, they just couldn't get the spray to find the bodies in that gap. And as AQ stood the test of time, they just managed to find everything that they had to. And that is a great round for AQ to win.
And it honestly just seems like both these teams very content to just brawl out on site. But saying that, AQ doesn't want to wait for it to get onto site. They're pushing through into spawn. Hunter's Fury going to be used as well. Yuzhan just pressuring in. It's Flexen that's going to make them back away. And now DRG has no space to work with. They are trapped in their spawn. The round has pretty much just started for them. They don't know where to go.
Well, they have a little bit over towards A, but the pressure now coming out of B. 2 players walking up. The smoke dissipates and the drone just cleared so much for AQ to walk up into. And you thought they didn't have any space before, but it's even little now. There's only one avenue that this team can explore. And AQ know that's exactly where it's going to be. Set this trap up. Just can they take advantage?
Smokes everywhere. A little bit of chaos might come through again. We know that both these teams love it. Spike being tapped. They're going to be committed now as well. AQ is here, ready. They just want to wait for that flank to activate.
Feel that Yuzhan, as soon as they swing, should be good for 2, if not 1 here. Just keep applying pressure on site so that you can activate as late as possible and get these massive kills.
Pressure been activated. AQ's already found their way onto site. Yuzhan, the timing is so good. Flexen might be able to find an avenue in. They are just 1 step ahead. DRG struggling right now. It was their game. They were 5-0 up. But now AQ's making that comeback happen.
Yeah, they're 1 step ahead and now only 2 rounds behind. Closing that gap as quickly as it was created. AQ having the answers, allowing DRG to make the mistakes and fold under the pressure, which forces this DRG timeout. The AQ timeout was so successful for them. Can DRG start to replicate it?
And I think the difficulty is that DRG are kind of just, they're sitting back, waiting for the aggressive play and hoping that they can just win the fights. But you look at these AQ aggressive plays, it is Breach, Neon, Fade, everything being thrown. Everything plus the kitchen sink to just force you into these difficult fights that are so hard to win. And sometimes DRG makes magic happen. But Yuzhan has just been so good at converting off of his team's util.
Yeah, see, the trick with Magic Snow is once you know how it's done, you're able to counteract it, right? You don't get wowed by the trick. If a magician's trick is revealed, it's easily solved. And that's what AQ seem to be doing right now. Solving the magic trick that DRG are causing and able to react into it and starting to apply a little bit of their own.
Not quite forced to save just yet.
VUKASHU no armor once again, by the way.
Doesn't need it. I feel like so often we see this buy from VUKASHU just fully entrusting that they're going to find the 1-tap.
The last time they done it, they didn't even see anybody, so maybe that's what's going to happen once again. But for DRG, they're playing this out slowly. They don't want to fight for anything right off the bat. They want to see if AQ are going to be the aggressors like they have been from before. And the timing gets taken with the drone just to clear out that B question mark in case anyone had walked down it, which nobody had, which now actually will allow AQ to just keep applying the thought process and wait for VUKASHU to walk into them.
It's going to be a slow process getting there. So far not much sound made, but that will be the spark of something. Tree control is gained. DRG doesn't opt to take it. They're scared of a potential counterplay from AQ, and they would be right to think so. Utility is prepped, ready and waiting, and with Simon able to pivot to wherever they need to be, that fault line can be used, but FFS is in a perfect position to counter this push. If they can just find that pick on VUKASHU, it could be huge. The trip is going to be used. It's a very risky position, but it works out for them. The dart coming through as well, the respawn, but DRG is just finding the kills they need, hitting the shots they have to. It's a classic in the end from Spirits, and a 1 versus 1. Flexen knows what they have to do, running away to ult that spike.
Yeah, but look, Danny's on top of it. Danny knows exactly what's coming. The door unlocked already. Only 7 seconds. Thought about sticking it, but Danny's right here, ready to win the round. The shots don't land, but they do eventually as Danny puts the fellow woman into the ground. It felt like they just stuck the ult there for a little bit too long, no?
Yeah, there's a little bit of maybe potential mechanical misplay there, but at the end of the day, the situation that we found ourselves in this 1v1, it was just chaos. Both of these teams just committing to every fight they could, hoping that somebody was there to trade them, and half the time there was, but some of the time there wasn't, and now it's AQ 4-5. Off the back of that round, DRG still has money to buy. It's VUKASHU forcing yet another rifle with no armor.
It's the new strat. You've seen Fnatic bring in the half armor strat. VUKASHU's bringing the no armor strat. If you're going to shoot me, well, you're going to die, so I don't need armor. This is what's going on.
Pretty much. If you just plan on one-tapping them anyway, it's not like you need the armor. It's who cares about chip damage?
Exactly. Only type of chips we care about are those covered in tomato ketchup and maybe a bit of curry sauce. Not at the same time, for clarity. Just, yeah.
Mix it together, see what you get. Feel like that would very much be a DRG kind of combo. Just throw everything in the bag and see what happens. But this time, Spirit's not going to be TPing in fully dry, but no one there to counter the play anyway from AQ, so would have been safe no matter what. And smokes coming through. Backside presence trying to be established, but VUKASHU swings out. Like you said, don't need armor if you just get the kill, but it's Yujun playing off of this utility. Simon is the perfect initiator in this game, and they are comboing together so well, and DRG has been forced away from the site. The spike's not even planted yet. A tap from VUKASHU. With 30 seconds left, there is no escape now. They have to win the fight. They have to find the kills, and there is just no chance for them to do so.
Every single time you count any questions out of this matchup, they come back looking stronger and stronger. At a 5-0 deficit, we felt like it was just going to be another stomp for DRG coming on through, but quickly answering back any questions are making DRG look like your averaged ranked experienced team.
But it's crazy because this game started the complete opposite. It was 5 rounds of domination from DRG. And now AQ is just, they've figured them out. They're one step ahead, but you can't be one step ahead of no armor VUKASHU spraying through the smoke. And I feel like, to me, maybe that signals that a pivot towards A might come through. Try gain that rifle if they can.
Quite deep is the concern. It's not really in that much of a rescuable place unless you take the whole of A control, which, to be fair, it looks like DRG are trying to pivot onto, but AQ all over this map pressure, as they have been throughout, already on the tails. But this trip will at least alert, but you'd have to figure they're going to know it comes eventually. No.
VUKASHU's already found the one, stalling this out. Paranoia used as well. There's no hope of them combining. But Simon's util is just perfect. And now, off the back of that, a 3 versus 3. The spike is down. Ackerman is in a position where they could find the flank. The breach is going to be used. The Rolling Thunder. It's countered by Ackerman. The pressure is being put forward. Simon, you have to be the hero for the squad. But the stun is there. The swing is true. And just like that, DRG manages to push themselves onto that 6th round.
I'm done trying to predict what's going to happen, man. Like, anytime you think one of these teams has a grasp in the game or the round, it just comes out to be the complete opposite, and that's how it goes. But as DRG get to 6, I mean, it's a tied half at worst, but given what you would have thought they would have needed or what they thought you would have wanted, given especially the start, this is far from optimal. But they'll look to at least close it off with a 1.5 if they can get this one up to 7. Bait out another round. But for AQ Snow, it's taking that pressure over by C again. Create a little bit of noise by opening the door so that DRG have to worry about B as well. And they've really just not taken anything yet.
But how can DRG win? Vukashi's nerfed. He bought armor this round, Veggie. He's not as powerful as he once was.
It's over. Let's just call it. AQ win. 3-2.
But B pressure being established. They don't want to get triple flanked, but instead they might be getting quadruple flanked if this A squad decides to push and pressure through that trip.
That's what they do so many times. They hunt in absolute packs. The flash is great, but it does get dodged. But the DRG team are here to counter it. They know that AQ like to push up together. Has to invest the paranoia and the nightfall to try and push them back. Cut off a bit of sound and pivot towards B.
And they know where the players are now. The information is there. They're suspecting that there could be a potential push from C, and they would be right. But such short-range angles to play in here, and with the amount of smokes that can come through from this Clove and this Omen, it could just be the difference maker. EQ ready and waiting to push forwards, but the peaks are just there. Spirits is activated and online, and we spoke about their weaker performance in the last map, but they are definitely picking it up here.
Yeah, but 7 after being 5 up, like I said, more than suboptimal. And it just really felt like AQ started to figure out how to play this, and it literally was just hunting packs of 4, allow one person to hold down. DRG weren't really playing fast, they weren't playing aggressive, so the space was always going to be there to be taken. And ultimately DRG just adapted to that 4-person flank a little bit too late to capitalise on the space, and now as the half switch around, we get to see DRG's take on this defensive side, and if AQ have shown anything, I think their attack's going to look pretty strong here.
You never really want to count DRG out. AQ might be looking strong. Those set plays were looking good, especially when it came to trapping DRG in a corner. DRG, they just always find a way to pull rounds out the bag. And question is, we go back to that same thing of, do you go towards Vukashi or do you avoid him?
That's the question. And I'm afraid to say 4 rounds is the crucial bit of information. 4 rounds is what DRG were able to pull together on their own defensive performance the last time against this team, which ultimately seen them fall down into that 13-11 defeat. The big factor that is going to come back through to keep bringing it up is this pistol round. It's what ignited AQ's attacking half in that upper bracket semi-final. It could be what reignites them, or it could just be what extinguishes them, depending on the outcome.
The momentum gained from here for either team could be huge. And we saw it there. A couple of the stats. Simon putting on a huge performance so far for AQ. Very much needed, showing how good they are, showing that experience that they can offer to this team, and wanting to earn their way back into VCTCN.
See what is the penultimate half, or the actual ultimate half of Valorant here for both of these teams. What could make or break the whole next year for them. Starts off with a stun over on towards C. AQ taking the pressure, forced off Spirits off that angle already, and leaving Vukashi alone temporarily. But the backup has arrived. Nothing really pressure off after it. Breaks the door to create more pressure over towards B, but Akaman is sat here waiting for anything to come of it.
And Spirits can see they have the information that nobody's gone through door yet, but a chip damage has been done to the sides of AQ. With peaks back and forth. AQ not quite forced into a decision just yet. They have a decent amount of map control. But if you look on that minimap, Ackerman waiting for a rotate. This pick could be everything, and what a shot to do it with. Simon's been taken down, but it's baited them into thinking it's potentially an A hit.
Yeah, it's the fake W that comes through, but Vukashi is trusty as always. Trusts the time and peeks out, gets a kill. Does fall, but will at least allow enough time for the rest of the team to start to catch back up.
so low now. Yuzhan pretty much a breath would kill them. But just looking to push through, looking to see if they can catch DRG off guard. But instead, it will be Spirits getting a double kill. And it will be Danny left alone. DRG takes the pistol round, which you said was pivotal for them to find their way back in this game.
Bro had his sunglasses on there, the paranoia wasn't in it. He thought they were paranoid. He went to therapy, came back out and got both kills anyway. Who cares about you till? Just as well it's been patched, eh?
That close range vision doesn't really matter if people swing you face to face. Yet again, the Outlaw from VCT picked up Stinger and a Spectre for Ackerman and Nick respectively. And a couple of Ghosts, so taking a bit of a risk for DRG here, knowing that AQ themselves doesn't really buy up into this second round. Never mind, they bought it last second. What am I talking about?
Psych. Got you going. Outlaw just holding down the angle, knows that the team might peek off it. And Spirits, crucially, instead of TPing out like similar to last, stays and tests what is possible. As this B hit comes in, there's a lot of pressure going to be placed on Ackerman.
Stun going to be used to stall. They know that there's at least 3 members there, and the door opening just creates a massacre as the DRG members will annihilate everybody from AQ. And Simon, the player that we spoke about, that has had such a big performance in this game, that has been a key factor for them, is just going to be left alone to die. And yes, it was a save for AQ, but to lose it in that fashion has got to be demoralizing.
Yeah, I mean, like we spoke about the last time it came through, it was really going to be dependent on the pistol, because that's what AQ relied on to get everything rolling in their favour. So far, it's heading into DRGs, but can they continue it? We've seen them take 3 rounds before. Can they convert this one as well?
Full armor for pretty much everybody from AQ this time, so that Outlaw not going to be as scary as it usually would be. No pressure on anywhere but A. They have completely left the map wide open, and if DRG figures that out, it could be devastating for AQ.
Stun tries to back off Ackerman, but an answer back stun keeps them alive. Onto site, we've seen AQ survive back here, but it's Simon who throws together, picking up a couple kills, leaving this in a 3 versus 3.
Spirits has the perfect timing, the perfect opportunity, finds 1 kill, but picks up a gun with no bullets. And now VCT, they know exactly where he is, waiting for Flexen to come support. And they are there, but the timing just is off. A paranoia hits both, but can they find the shots? And just like that, Simon gives AQ hope.
The experienced veteran on this squad, Snow, stepping up when it really matters to make sure that this map doesn't tilt even further in DRG's favour. Gives them another bite of the apple, gives them another test of time, and keeps them from falling away. They need to keep the momentum going though. They can't let that be a one-off. They need to make sure that this round is pretty flawless, to be honest. The money you don't want to let go of. And it's just going to be a straight pressure applied over onto C. Spirits doesn't win the fight, but VCT there to back it up.
Doesn't even TP away, just commits to their death. And now, trying to push the pace, Ackerman, bit of a mistake, stuns themselves, but it's not going to be to their detriment. It's a stronghold for C, double trips that they would have to get through if they want to go towards that side of the map. And assessing the situation, AQ just elects to back away and restart the round almost, but DRG tries to be 1 step ahead. Ackerman is here, ready and waiting, has found 1, make that 2, the slide gives them 3, and DRG are playing phenomenally.
Yeah, the bait from Nick, whether intentional or not, ultimately favours Ackerman to take the rest of the squad down. You see Simon get overconfident that nobody else is going to be there, pulls out the knife to try and jump peek, and just really allows Ackerman to flow. And then once you get that slide, you know it's going to be the third, right? You might as well start counting it. DRG now, Snow, on to double digits, only 3 rounds away from getting themselves into that final tomorrow.
This is the last opportunity. Unless DRG takes another timeout, that AQ will have to talk to their team to assess what's going on, to give them that advice. And it is very much needed right now. They are on the back foot. They pulled this map back. They made it close, but now 4 rounds between these two teams. And AQ has to find some way of giving themselves the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the timeouts have been so successful previously. We've seen them go on absolute massive runs off the back of these coaches for any questions. They certainly have the answers, that's for sure, but do they have the answer this time? Can they stop this DRG side from getting back to where they wanted to be when they were told that, unlucky guys, you were not good enough to stay in VCTCN, which seems crazy to say given the run that they were being on. But they certainly had that chip on their shoulder coming into this Ascension run to get themselves back into there, and this could just be the next step on that destination.
Door going to be broken now to put a bit of pressure on, say that A site is not free. AQ are pushing forwards a bit. This is the same theme that we've seen before, not electing to make any pressure on the map anywhere else. And Ackerman spotted one. Fault line going to be used, but it does not stun. And that means that Ackerman gets a free kill and can leave with their life.
Giving them that first blood on this pistol. They want to try and pivot into Hobbit. The Spirits is posted up. Gets not 1, not 2, but the 3 that we've seen from Ackerman in the previous. And Simon wants to go a little bit wandering throughout the smoke and will fall down. And as much as that's an eco round that you're not expecting anything to come through from Snow, it puts them onto 11, only 2 rounds away. And you have to say, with the money situation, there's only really one round that matters, and that is the next right here.
And look at that energy from Spirits. DRG are feeling themselves. Confidence in full force. Spirits, Ackerman, Vukashu all activated. And if there was ever a time where the odds are stacked against them, it is right now for AQ. They have to pull something out. They have to make a miracle happen. Because this is the weakest we have seen them, and this is the strongest we have seen DRG.
The best chance that they have of closing this one out is finding that way to shut down Vukashu or Spirits once again, because they've managed to multiply their kills from the last rounds that they've played against them. They've managed to find the success, but it's Flexing that's going to be the first to challenge. Gets stunned, but does get the TP up and the smoke to try and get out of clarity. The spam coming through. Won't find anything. The tin not open this time. Pressure on door. You can see Spirits invests the ult to try and get the information. Peeks round and sees Danny. Half expecting that. Yeah,
He's gonna pop out and go for it. There's no way Spirits doesn't go for this fight. He does pop out, but doesn't get the fight quite yet.
Yeah, I was expecting it as well. We all know what Spirits is like. We know the type of play that comes through, and he opts to go through Hobbit, but knows Danny is still close by, so has to trust Vukashu to have their back. But all this pressure is leading up on towards C.
Flexen in a key position has found one already, and the stall is there to slow them down. Nick, a player that has been quiet in this series, now pops off, gets the 3k. Stand up and take a bow. This DRG squad are 1 round away from making that grand finals.
Yeah, Nick just nipped that one right in the bud, said, nah, let's not take this any further than it needs to. I'm sick of the rest of my team getting 3Ks and 4Ks. I want one of my own. Picks up the 3, allows Ackerman to collect the final, and DRG are now 1 round away from being in Ascension Grand Finals tomorrow, with 1 chance at redeeming their place.
AQ, same strat again. This time they have a player watching towards B. They want to hold that map control. But these players from DRG are so confident, and Ackerman could have just put the first nail in the coffin. But GRQ try that door open just a little bit to see if maybe there is a chance, maybe they can pull it back. But everywhere you go, there is a shooter ready and waiting.
He is the king of timings, the king of redemptions, but Flexen needs the timing here as this smoke starts to go away. DRQ is on top, swings through, gets the kill. Nick back on, wants to peek out from behind, but it's a pivot towards B. They know Hobbit is open. They have their way through, and Simon is watching. It comes down to Spirits and VukaShu, two of the top players on this DRG squad.
If there's any two that you would expect to do it, it would be these two right here. They've spotted them, but GRQ having a monstrous round. 4 kills to keep AQ alive.
Another chance, another fighting battle. Some rounds to close, but you know, you don't build a house all at once. You have to do it step by step, brick by brick, and that is exactly what AQ have to focus up on here. They get themselves to 7, close it down to 5 chances, and every chance matters.
DRG still feeling chill. They know they've got 5 chances to win this one. Should be easy for a team of this caliber. AQ faking that pressure towards A this time, moving away, but Spirits has that teleport set up, taking an aggressive angle, tries to find the timing, but they are going to be spotted and has to teleport away.
I think that's probably one of the first times we've seen Spirits play smart in DVOA.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't take that fight. I think if they weren't stunned and flashed, they stay.
This door now getting hit, just trying to create a bit of pressure, but with Spirits being so high up, they kind of know that B's unhittable, not being taken quite yet. You do have Nick holding down, obviously, the Cypher camera to watch up as well. But here it comes, all invested in to take this C site. The flash is going to be great, but the finger gun picks up the kill, and the rest of the team is here to gather up.
DRG has placed themselves in a flood position, but it's the kills in the chaos. It's AQ thriving when they need to, trying to make it work. But Ackerman, if they have anything to say about it, this game will end here and now. AQ doesn't want to let that happen, but what choice do they have? It is Simon and Yujan left alive, no health to work with, and it is just Simon, a champions level player, taken down by Flexen, and just like that, DRG will be in the grand finals.
They take the long pass, no, but they certainly get there in the end. Commiserations to any questions who put up an incredible fight to take it all the way to map 5. They had the confidence, but ultimately DRG learned the lessons from the last time. They managed to fix their mistakes, and they seal it out on Lotus and head towards Rare Atom. History repeating itself in VCT China Ascension. The first year of Ascension, these two teams met in the grand final. It was DRG who headed on through. This time in year 3, they meet once again. Will the outcome be the same?
I mean, the question is, Veg, if you're Rare Atom watching this, are you confident or not? Because DRG in some of these maps looked so good, but on the flip side, a 3-2 victory, a very hard-fought match against a team that Rare Atom decimated just a day ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried for Rare Atom that they're going to fall to the curse of the same feat 3 years in a row. That's going to be the storyline tomorrow. Can Rare Atom pull off what they've struggled to for the last 2 years? They come in a pretty good position, but you have to say DRG certainly had their flaws, and you'd be thinking Rare Atom are going to be able to take advantage of that. That map on Abyss, certainly one to be studied and reviewed. Haven, close match up in total, but eventually AQ got over the line. It's an interesting matchup for sure.
It's a matchup that coming into today, I wasn't expecting to be as close as it was. I thought, you know, maybe it was a fluke for AQ before, but definitely proving that they have the caliber to compete. But at the end of the day, when it came down to those important rounds, when it came down to the most important map of their careers so far, it was DRG that just managed to be that one step ahead.
Yep, they just found their way through it. They dug deep like they asked of and managed to seal it out. And I'm excited to see what these team comps are going to be like, right? They've been pretty hype throughout the whole way, throughout the whole series on both teams. But this must have been a stressful map, right? This, although it was kind of getting a little bit of distance between them, especially at the start, it got close and must have been tense. So let's see what they had to say.
Let's go， 好吗
Let's go！ 加油加油加油！
好了，反正我不要跟，
反正做自己就好了，没有什么遗憾的。他们苦了1年，
对，给他们干了，兄弟们，好吗？我被震了，我也被震了，进打不了。来，下给吗？快，
能打了吗？
死了
4打3，4打2，4打2。
有人跟我加烟吗？有人跟我加烟吗？
我跟焕宁，我
们只加这个烟了，2楼。
我复活了，你知道吗？你懂复活的感觉吗？
我懂，兄弟，太爱你了，兄弟。
老大震了，老大2楼包。
你要换个位置吗？
我要换位置，2楼。
这会被大的。
对，我要退。被秀起。
好戏开始了。还剩1名敌人，我方还剩
8点，快！知道了。Nice，Go guys！
等我来。
哦，他不知道你，两个，还有，涂抹，我们，划他。
来个 ！Let's go bro！
相信我，跟你讲，他们一定会来逼的。
阿卡曼，
还是
一边连清。
我觉得会打 A 啊，牛逼！哦呦，
不会接的。
来，我给你拉。
好接 Spirit，
好接。
Akaman this time picking up the MVP. I think we started on an Akaman MVP of the day. We finished on an Akaman MVP of the day. What more could you want?
Hey, it shows us the kind of story of DRG in the end, that they just have players that can just pop off at any given moment and really take over a game. And it was great to see how hyped they were the entire time. Anytime anyone's making those big plays, they're standing up, they're screaming. And I feel like on cam so often we saw Spirits leading that energy, and maybe that's where they kind of faltered in map number 4. The energy wasn't there as much, but coming into map number 5, what they were saying at the start is, our translator said to us, play your best, stand up no matter what, get hype about these plays, and they definitely did that.
Yeah, I mean, to an absolute T, listening to their captain, listening to their coach, and really making it work. And I think that's absolutely spot on, right? I think we didn't see that energy from Spirits on that last map. We certainly seen it there, and we certainly seen a much better performance from them coming out. Like, not quite the 7,000 kills that they pulled out on the maps that they won, but certainly bringing in 17 is a marked improvement from Abyss. And they have to just kind of go into tomorrow with all the confidence in the world that they've done the job today. They beat an opponent that they struggled with in the upper bracket, and they certainly want to take on Rare Atom, who they've not met this Ascension. It should be marked out as saying that they've not played against each other. The only time they played was that Ascension 2 years ago, where it fell into DRG's favour.
And that, if history tells us what might happen here, Rare Atom might be in for a struggle, but at the end of the day, it's very much a situation where Rare Atom are going to be watching this. They're going to be able to prep. They've got 5 maps worth of prep against this DRG squad now. But the question is, can you even prep against players like this? Because there are certain rounds where Spirits just walks forwards and no one has any idea why, but they somehow make it work.
The prep that you can do in it, if you want to take notes of this Rare Atom, you're more than welcome to. Just watch a random area on site. just whenever you want. It doesn't matter. Just watch, because the chances of Spirits TPing into it is very likely. It doesn't matter where on the site. Just pick a spot and look at it, because he's coming and he's going to get there. You just need to hope that Akaman isn't following up from behind to get the rebound kill.
I think looking at this, DRG definitely might struggle a little bit more against Rare Atom. I mean, it was a hard-fought battle today. I feel like the weakness of DRG is kind of when those shooters are not pulling out these miracle plays, finding 1 versus 3s, they definitely struggle.
Yeah, 100%. But we do get to see the interview from behind the scenes, so let's head to that.
Interview live.
作为第二季可能最早加入的成员，23年的时候，第二季作为我们晋升，
而今年你们
锁下了 VCTCN 的席位，而今年你们无疑
大的成长。
热门队伍。
How do you think you've grown in the last 2 years?
大的成长是什么呢？
最大的是心态上面吧。
Like, it's mostly in the mental. I've learned how to encourage my teammates for a while.
对，确实可能今天的比赛也是比较惊险的，包括说今天跟 AQ 的再交手来的也很快，这种背靠背的赛制其实还是比较有压力的。那上次之后，你们做了什么样的复盘？
It's like a back-to-back tournament. Like, how did you adjust?
我们回去就稍微复盘了一下细节的问题吧，然后就是大
Like,
家
it's mostly in the details. And if someone wants to on the team wants to do something, everyone has to do it.
想要扛
You have to be united.
太分开了。
现在大家统一了一个意见，
是。
对，包括说现在亚海玄城，因为上一次是惜败嘛，输掉了加时环节，今天赢得非常的干净。
And how do you think? Why do you think you did better on the send this time compared to last time?
就是大家比较齐心吧，然后比较
And
敢
it's like
打。
everyone's more willing to fight together. The last time they were all playing a bit scared.
比赛节奏吧。
确实，因为压力也是蛮大的嘛，包括说你刚刚提到心态方面，因为现在是背靠背，明天又有决赛
Is there any some like pressure on you, like tomorrow's grand finals?
我觉得压力还是有的，毕竟我们刚打完一个大赛，说实话，其实。
And he's like, to be honest, like after champions, he didn't have much time to adjust.
前段时间 Vocasio 他也因为一些原因，然后没有。
And it's like Fukashi also had some issues which couldn't like stop them from practicing together.
包括说莲花古城这一张图，其实在打莲花古城之前，我们看到我卡鼠他真的做了一段非常激情的演讲，可能我们听不到他当时在说什么。
They're talking about the pre-map talk where Fukashi was just rambling on.
就是其实就是说输赢就是会经历的嘛，然后大家。
He's like win or loss, like everyone will experience both of those at some point. Everyone has to just focus on the game.
其实要赢比赛其实不难。
对，今天确实也是打得比较漂亮的，包括昨天其实福乐星他在采访的时候，他说比起游戏内的压力，他更担心的就是因为如果说自己的指挥不够好，而导致你们5个人走。
And you have anything to say to Flexit as well?
话想对他说。
我觉得他是抖 M 吧，他就是你知道吗？
我想
他就是会
But yeah, he's just like that.
说就是他的指挥其实就是没什么问题。
And then he's like Flexit sometimes overthinks a bit.
然后就想这想那的，然后通常这时候我觉得。
And then like don't overcomplicate things.
复杂，没那么复杂，就我们想
Yeah, and just play.
打就对了。对，然后。
And then when he's when he's overthinking, he'll just like stand and then help him figure things out.
现在队友对你而言意义着什么？
我觉得是家人吧，觉得大家。
I mean, we're like family. Everyone's played with each other for so long.
非常好。
对，你们都是彼此最特别的人。
And that's it for the interview.
谢谢。
那今天的比赛到这里就全部结束了，接下来让我们把时间交还给解说。
There you go. So we get to hear what we kind of all knew is, I think the key point that kind of came from that was if someone wants to do something, we do it. And I really like the bit of like, we just have to trust each other. And clearly you've seen that when they're making a lot of these chaotic plays. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the PRX play style of like, we're all going to kind of pitch in. We just want to do what we want to do to have fun and we'll make it work. And if it doesn't, well, it's fine. We're all on board. And I think that's the crucial part, right?
Yeah, can you imagine you're sitting there, you're just holding sight, and then Spirit says, yeah, I'm about to flank through mid behind everyone, and you're just like, what? It's probably very much a confusing kind of style to play, but the fact that it works very well. So if DRG can bring that out tomorrow, it's looking difficult for Rare Atom.
Yeah, and like you mentioned tomorrow, we've mentioned it already. If you haven't been following along with Project Horizon, tomorrow is the biggest day yet. It's Rare Atom versus Dragon Ranger Gaming, finding out what team is going to ascend. The storylines are written in the stars. It's already perfect. DRG qualifying in the very first Ascension for the CN region. Rare Atom, it's their third time getting to the grand final tomorrow, having finished second both times. Obviously, Shilai beating them last year to ascend. Can they finally get over that hump, or will history repeat itself like it has a tendency to do? So, before we head off, I just want to get your predictions.
Oh no, not the prediction. I mean, I am very much a fan of the storyline. And even though I would love to see DRG back in VCT CN, I think Rare Atom losing back-to-back to then come to grand finals again and win would just be such a good storyline. But also, it would be quite funny if they lost.
Yeah, that's where I thought you were going to go with that, with the unable to get over that hump. But listen, I'm hyped. I'm excited to see what both of those teams bring in tomorrow. But before we finally sign off, we obviously need to do our thank yous. Thank you, Bidos, for the translations, much appreciated. The chat mod, Sonia for the socials, Magnum for being the prod behind the scenes, and to you, Snow, for joining me on what was an epic journey here today. We will see you all tomorrow with the grand finals between Rare Atoms and DRG. Make sure to follow along, make sure to drop your Prime subs if you want, and join in the Project Horizon community Discord, because we will be there, and we will see you tomorrow.